everything you've got. Taking a break from all your worries sure would help a lot. Wouldn't you like to get away? All those nights when you've got no lights, the check is in the mail, and your little angel hung the cat up by its tail, and your third fiance didn't show. Sometimes you wanna go where everybody knows your name.
Hey, Lena.
Always glad you came.
What's up, Cameron?
You wanna be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You wanna be where everybody knows your name. Roll out of bed, Mr. Coffee's dead. The morning's looking bright. And your shrink ran off to Europe and didn't even write. And your husband wants to be a girl. Be glad there's one place in the world where everybody knows your name. And they're always glad you came. You wanna go where people know people are all the same. You wanna go where everybody knows your name.
I still can't get the damn emote splash fixed for the life of me. Type faster. All right, we're gonna listen to another song or two, and then we're gonna get started with the Atheist Crew Book Club. Let's do Link Up with the Gang. Let's do Link Up with the Gang. I haven't heard Link Up with the Gang all goddamn week, and let's go. Oh my God.
Your attention, please. Do not smoke in the terminal building.
A lot of y'all double streaming right now. You two-timing hoes.
Zach. OG, I draw up the. And then he go get the
I'm glad
gang.
you like the cheer song,
Then we
Lena.
link up with the gang. Gang. OG, I draw up the play. And then he go get the cake.
Scott Duke's third, $250,000. Appreciate you guys.
Gang. OG, I draw up the play. And then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. Gang. OG, I draw up the play. And then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. Gang. OG, I draw up the play. Niggas don't know what to think.
What's up, Wayne?
What you thought we was the same? Still stay away from them clones. Niggas better leave me alone.
Wayne, tell him we coming for them tag belts. Tell him we coming for them tag belts. Wayne, would you tell these people I can't really be a belt collector with one belt? I decided I can't be a belt collector with one belt, Wayne. Wayne, you gotta tell him. Wayne, you better tell him I need some more gold. It ain't a collection with one belt.
And then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. OG, I draw up the play. And then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. OG, I draw up the play. And then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang.
Exactly, we gonna need that Ric Flair drip.
And then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang. I get the bag with the gang. Taking that Zach to the bank. And it be all in my drink. You niggas is stupid, you think that should change? You not even hot in your gang. Ain't nothing even hot about your gang. You niggas be lying about same. Be posting them pictures of guns for the fame. Niggas just look at me different now. Say that's your man, but he a clown. Don't fuck around with the fuck arounds. Little nigga, you should cut it out.
Don't fuck around with the fuck around, y'all.
Punch a bitch nigga all in his mouth. Hold up, my nigga, we different now. I need a Robert to switch my style. I get a check today, I spent it all tomorrow. I get a bitch today, she probably a foreign model. I get a check today, I spent it all tomorrow. I'm with my gang today, tomorrow never promise.
OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang. OG, I draw up the plate, and then he go get the cake. Then we link up with the gang, gang, gang.
All right, yeah. Let me tell you how much the turnaround is. Not too bad, not too bad, not too bad. That's like what we expect. All right. Cool beans. All right, look, we're going to get into chapter 17 of God is Not Great, How Religion Poisons Everything. This chapter is called Chapter 17, An Objection Anticipated.
Chapter 17, An Objection Anticipated, the last-ditch case against secularism. If I cannot definitively prove that the usefulness of religion is in the past, and that its foundational books are transparent fables, and that it is a man-made imposition, and that it has been an enemy of science and inquiry, and that it has subsisted largely on lies and fears, and been the accomplice of ignorance and guilt as well as of slavery, genocide, racism, and tyranny, I can most certainly claim that religion is now fully aware of these criticisms. It is also fully aware of the ever-mounting evidence concerning the origins of the cosmos and the origin of species, which consign it to marginality, if not to irrelevance. I have tried to deal with most faith-based objections as they occur in the unfolding argument, but there is one remaining argument that one may not avoid.
Me too.
When the worst has been said about the Inquisition and the witch trials and the Crusades and the Islamic imperial conquests and the horrors of the Old Testament,
all right, here we go.
Is it not true that secular and atheist regimes have committed crimes and massacres that are, in the scale of things, at least as bad, if not worse?
Sure.
And does not the corollary hold that men freed from religious awe will act in the most unbridled and abandoned manner? Dostoevsky, in his Brothers Karamazov, was extremely critical of religion and lived under a despotism that was sanctified by the Church. And he also represented his character Smerdyakov as a vain and credulous and stupid figure, but Smerdyakov's maxim that if there is no God, there is no morality, understandably resonates with those who look back on the Russian Revolution through the prism of the 20th century. One could go further and say that secular totalitarianism has actually provided us with the summa of human evil. The examples most in common use, those of the Hitler and Stalin regimes, show us with terrible clarity what can happen when men usurp the role of gods. When I consult with my secular and atheist friends, I find that this has become the most common and frequent objection that they encounter from religious audiences. The point deserves a detailed reply. To begin with a slightly inexpensive observation, it is interesting to find that people of faith now seek defensively to say that they are no worse than fascists or Nazis or Stalinists. One might hope that religion had retained more sense of its dignity than that. I would not say that the ranks of secularism and atheism are exactly crammed with communists or fascists. But it can be granted for the sake of argument that just as secularists and atheists have withstood clerical and theocratic tyrannies, so religious believers have resisted pagan and materialistic ones. But this would only be to split the difference. The word totalitarian was probably first used by the dissident Marxist Victor Serge, who had become appalled by the harvest of Stalinism in the Soviet Union. It was popularized by the secular Jewish intellectual Hannah Arendt, who had fled the hell of the Third Reich and who wrote The Origins of Totalitarianism. It is a useful term because it separates ordinary forms of despotism, those which merely exact obedience from their subjects, from the absolutist systems which demand that citizens become wholly subjects and surrender their private lives and personalities entirely to the state or to the supreme leader. If we accept that latter definition, then the first point to be made is likewise an easy one. For most of human history, the idea of the total or absolute state was intimately bound up with religion. A baron or king might compel you to pay taxes or serve in his army, and he would usually arrange to have priests on hand to remind you that this was your duty, but the truly frightening despotisms were those which also wanted the contents of your heart and your head. Whether we examine the oriental monarchies of China or India or Persia, or the empires of the Aztec or the Incas, or the medieval courts of Spain and Russia and France. It is almost unvaryingly that we find that these dictators were also gods, or the heads of churches. More than mere obedience was owed them. Any criticism of them was profane by definition. And millions of people lived and died in pure fear of a ruler who could select you for a sacrifice, or condemn you to eternal punishment, on a whim. The slightest infringement of a holy day or a holy object, or an ordinance about sex or food or caste, could bring calamity. The totalitarian principle, which is often represented as systematic, is also closely bound up with caprice. The rules might change or be extended at any moment, and the rulers had the advantage of knowing that their subjects could never be sure if they were obeying the latest law or not. We now value the few exceptions from antiquity, such as Periclean Athens with all its deformities, precisely because there were a few moments when humanity did not live in permanent terror of a Pharaoh or Nebuchadnezzar or Darius whose least word was holy law. This was even true when the divine right of despots began to give way to versions of modernity. The idea of a utopian state on earth, perhaps modelled on some heavenly ideal, is very hard to efface and has led people to commit terrible crimes in the name of the ideal. One of the very first attempts to create such an ideal Edenic society, patterned on the scheme of human equality, was the totalitarian socialist state established by the Jesuit missionaries in Paraguay. It managed to combine the maximum of egalitarianism with the maximum of unfreedom, and could only be kept going by the maximum of fear. This ought to have been a warning to those who sought to perfect the human species. Yet the object of perfecting the species, which is the very root and source of the totalitarian impulse, is in essence a religious one. George Orwell, the ascetic unbeliever, whose novels gave us an ineradicable picture of what life in a totalitarian state might truly feel like, was in no doubt about this. From the totalitarian point of view, he wrote in The Prevention of Literature in 1946, history is something to be created rather than learned. A totalitarian state is in effect a theocracy, and its ruling caste, in order to keep its position, has to be thought of as infallible. You will notice that he wrote this in a year when, having fought for more than a decade against fascism, he was turning his guns even more on sympathizers of communism.
Sorry.
In order to be a part of the totalitarian mindset, it is not necessary to wear a uniform or carry a club or a whip. It is only necessary to wish for your own subjection, and to delight in the subjection of others. What is a totalitarian system if not one where the abject glorification of the perfect leader is matched by the surrender of all privacy and individuality, especially in matters sexual, and in denunciation and punishment, for their own good, of those who transgress? The sexual element is probably decisive, in that the dullest mind can grasp what Nathaniel Hawthorne captured in The Scarlet Letter, the deep connection between repression and perversion. In the early history of mankind, the totalitarian principle was the regnant one. The state religion supplied a complete and total answer to all questions, from one's position in the social hierarchy to the rules governing diet and sex. Slave or not, the human was property, and the clerisy was the reinforcement of absolutism. Orwell's most imaginative projection of the totalitarian idea, the offensive thought crime, was a commonplace. An impure thought, let alone a heretical one, could lead to your being flayed alive. To be accused of demonic possession or contact with the evil one was to be convicted of it. Orwell's first realization of the hellishness of this came to him early in life, when he was enclosed in a hermetic school run by Christian sadists, in which it was not possible to know when you had broken the rules. Whatever you did, and however many precautions you took, the sins of which you were unaware could always be made to find you out. It was possible to leave that awful school, traumatized for life, as millions of children have been, but it is not possible, in the religious totalitarian vision, to escape this world of original sin and guilt and pain. An infinity of punishment awaits you even after you die. According to the really extreme religious totalitarians, such as John Calvin, who borrowed his awful doctrine from Augustine, an infinity of punishment can be awaiting you even before you were born. Long ago it was written which souls would be chosen or elected when the time came to divide the sheep from the goats. No appeal against this primordial sentence is possible, and no good works or professions of faith can save one who has not been fortunate enough to be picked. Calvin's Geneva was a prototypical totalitarian state, and Calvin himself a sadist and torturer and killer, who burned Servetus, one of the great thinkers and questioners of the day, while the man was still alive. The lesser wretchedness induced in Calvin's followers, compelled to waste their lives worrying if they'd been elected or not, is well caught in George Eliot's Adam Bede and in an old English plebeian satire against the other sects, from Jehovah's Witnesses to Plymouth Brethren, who dare to claim that they are of the elect, and that they alone know the exact number of those who will be plucked from the burning. We are the pure and chosen few, and all the rest are damned. There's room enough in hell for you. We don't want heaven crammed. I had an innocuous but weak-spirited uncle whose life was ruined and made miserable in just this way. Calvin may seem like a far-off figure to us, but those who used to grab and use power in his name are still among us and go by the softer names of Presbyterians and Baptists. The urge to ban and censor books, silence dissenters, condemn outsiders, invade the private sphere, and invoke an exclusive salvation is the very essence of the totalitarian. The fatalism of Islam, which believes that all is arranged by Allah in advance, has some points of resemblance in its utter denial of human autonomy and liberty, as well as in its arrogant and insufferable belief that its faith already contains everything that anyone might ever need to know. Thus, when the great anti-totalitarian anthology of the 20th century came to be published in 1950, its two editors realized that it could only have one possible name. They called it The God That Failed. I slightly knew and sometimes worked for one of these two men, the British socialist Richard Crossman. As he wrote in his introduction to the book, "For the intellectual, material comforts are relatively unimportant. What he cares about most is spiritual freedom. The strength of the Catholic Church has always been that it demands the sacrifice of that freedom uncompromisingly, and condemns spiritual pride as a deadly sin. The communist novice, subjecting his soul to the canon law of the Kremlin, felt something of the release which Catholicism also brings to the intellectual, wearied and worried by the privilege of freedom." The only book that had warned of all this in advance, a full 30 years earlier, was a small but brilliant volume published in 1919 and entitled The Practice and Theory of Bolshevism. Long before Arthur Koestler and Richard Crossman had begun to survey the wreckage in retrospect, the whole disaster was being predicted in terms that still command admiration for their prescience. The mordant analyst of the new religion was Bertrand Russell, whose atheism made him more far-seeing than many naive Christian socialists who claimed to detect in Russia the beginnings of a new paradise on earth. He was also more far-seeing than the Anglican Christian establishment in his native England, whose newspaper of record, the London Times, took the view that the Russian Revolution could be explained by the protocols of the learned elders of Zion. This revolting fabrication by Russian Orthodox secret policemen was republished by Eyre and Spottiswoode, the official printers to the Church of England. Given its own record of succumbing to and of promulgating dictatorship on earth and absolute control in the life to come, how did religion confront the secular totalitarians of our time? One should first consider in order fascism, Nazism, and Stalinism. Fascism, the precursor and model of National Socialism, was a movement that believed in an organic and corporate society, presided over by a leader or guide. The fasces, symbol of the lictors or enforcers of ancient Rome, were a bundle of rods tied around an axe that stood for unity and authority. Arising out of the misery and humiliation of the First World War, fascist movements were in favour of the defence of traditional values against Bolshevism and upheld nationalism and piety. It is probably not a coincidence that they arose first and most excitedly in Catholic countries, and it is certainly not a coincidence that the Catholic Church was generally sympathetic to fascism as an idea. Not only did the Church regard communism as a lethal foe, but it also saw its old Jewish enemy in the most senior ranks of Lenin's party. Benito Mussolini had barely seized power in Italy before the Vatican made an official treaty with him, known as the Lateran Pact of 1929. Under the terms of this deal, Catholicism became the only recognized religion in Italy, with monopoly powers over matters such as birth, marriage, death, and education.
Hey, Lena.
And in return,
What up, Carrie
urged
Ann?
its followers to vote for Mussolini's party.
Thanks
Pope
for
Pius
lurking, Cameron.
XI described Il Duce, the leader, as a man sent by Providence. Elections were not to be a feature of Italian life for very long, but the Church nonetheless brought about the dissolution of lay Catholic centrist parties and helped sponsor a pseudo-party called Catholic Action, which was emulated in several countries. Across southern Europe, the Church was a reliable ally in the instatement of fascist regimes in Spain, Portugal, and Croatia. General Franco in Spain was allowed to call his invasion of the country and his destruction of its elected republic by the honorific title La Cruzada, or the Crusade. The Vatican either supported or refused to criticize Mussolini's operatic attempt to recreate a pastiche of the Roman Empire by his invasions of Libya, Abyssinia, today's Ethiopia, and Albania, these territories being populated either by non-Christians or by the wrong kind of Eastern Christian. Mussolini even gave, as one of his justifications for the use of poison gas and other gruesome measures in Abyssinia, the persistence of its inhabitants in the heresy of monophysitism, an incorrect dogma of the Incarnation that had been condemned by Pope Leo and the Council of Chalcedon in the year 451. In Central and Eastern Europe the picture was hardly better. The extreme right-wing military coup in Hungary, led by Admiral Horthy, was warmly endorsed by the Church, as were similar fascistic movements in Slovakia and Austria. The Nazi puppet regime in Slovakia was actually led by a man in holy orders named Father Tiso. The Cardinal of Austria proclaimed his enthusiasm at Hitler's takeover of his country at the time of the Anschluss. In France, the extreme right adopted the slogan of Meilleur Hitler que Blum, in other words, better to have a German racist dictator than an elected French socialist Jew. Catholic fascist organizations, such as Charles Maurras's Action Française and the Croix de Feu, campaigned violently against French democracy and made no bones about their grievance, which was the way in which France had been going downhill since the acquittal of the Jewish captain Alfred Dreyfus in 1899. When the German conquest of France arrived, these forces eagerly collaborated in the rounding up and murder of French Jews, as well as in the deportation to forced labour of a huge number of other Frenchmen. The Vichy regime conceded to clericalism by wiping the slogan of 1789, Liberté, Égalité, Fraternité, off the national currency and replacing it with the Christian ideal motto of Famille, Travail, Patrie. Even in a country like England, where fascist sympathies were far less prevalent, they still managed to get an audience in respectable circles by the agency of Catholic intellectuals such as T.S. Eliot and Evelyn Waugh. In neighbouring Ireland, the Blue Shirt movement of General O'Duffy, which sent volunteers to fight for Franco in Spain, was little more than a dependency of the Catholic Church. As late as April 1945, on the news of the death of Hitler, President Eamon de Valera put on his top hat, called for the state coach, and went to the German embassy in Dublin to offer his official condolences. Attitudes like this meant that several Catholic-dominated states, from Ireland to Spain to Portugal, were ineligible to join the United Nations when it was first founded. The Church has made efforts to apologize for all this, but its complicity with fascism is an ineffaceable mark on its history, and was not a short-term or a hasty commitment, so much as a working alliance which did not break down until after the fascist period had itself passed into history. The case of the Church's surrender to German National Socialism is considerably more complicated but not very much more elevating. Despite sharing two important principles with Hitler's movement, those of anti-Semitism and anti-communism, the Vatican could see that Nazism represented a challenge to itself as well. In the first place, it was a quasi-pagan phenomenon which in the long run sought to replace Christianity with pseudo-Nordic blood rites and sinister race myths based upon the fantasy of Aryan superiority. In the second place, it advocated an exterminationist attitude to the unwell, the unfit, and the insane, and began quite early on to apply this policy not to Jews but to Germans. To the credit of the Church, it must be said that its German pulpits denounced this hideous eugenic culling from a very early date. But if ethical principle had been the guide, the Vatican would not have had to spend the next 50 years vainly trying to account for, or apologize for, its contemptible passivity and inaction. Passivity and inaction, in fact, may be the wrong choice of words here. To decide to do nothing is itself a policy and a decision, and it is unfortunately easy to record and explain the Church's alignment in terms of a realpolitik that sought not the defeat of Nazism, but an accommodation with it. The very first diplomatic accord undertaken by Hitler's government was consummated on July 8, 1933, a few months after the seizure of power, and took the form of a treaty with the Vatican. In return for unchallenged control of the education of Catholic children in Germany, the dropping of Nazi propaganda against the abuses inflicted in Catholic schools and orphanages, and the concession of other privileges to the Church, the Holy See instructed the Catholic Centre Party to disband and brusquely ordered German Catholics to abstain from any political activity on any subject that the regime chose to define as off-limits. At the first meeting of his cabinet after this capitulation was signed, Hitler announced that these new circumstances would be especially significant in the struggle against international Jewry. He was not wrong about this. In fact, he could have been excused for disbelieving his own luck. The 23 million Catholics living in the Third Reich many of whom had shown great individual courage in resisting the rise of Nazism, had been gutted and gelded as a political force. Their own Holy Father had in effect told them to render everything unto the worst Caesar in human history. From then on, parish records were made available to the Nazi state in order to establish who was and who was not racially pure enough to survive endless persecution under the Nuremberg laws. Not the least appalling consequence of this moral surrender was the parallel moral collapse of the German Protestants, who sought to preempt a special status for Catholics by publishing their own accommodation with the Führer. None of the Protestant churches, however, went as far as the Catholic hierarchy in ordering an annual celebration for Hitler's birthday on April the 20th. On this auspicious date, on papal instructions, the Cardinal of Berlin regularly transmitted warmest congratulations to the Führer in the name of the bishops and dioceses of Germany. These plaudits to be accompanied by the fervent prayers which the Catholics of Germany are sending to heaven on their altars. The order was obeyed and faithfully carried out. To be fair, this disgraceful tradition was not inaugurated until 1939, in which year there was a change of papacy. And to be fair again, Pope Pius XI had always harboured the most profound misgivings about the Hitler system and its evident capacity for radical evil. During Hitler's first visit to Rome, for example, the Holy Father rather ostentatiously took himself out of town.
Appreciate you.
To the papal retreat at Castel Gandolfo. However, this ailing and weak pope was continually outpointed throughout the 1930s by his Secretary of State, Eugenio Pacelli. We have good reason to think that at least one paper...
All right, there we go. All right, I'm adding another one to celebrate.
About the maltreatment of Europe's Jews was readied by His Holiness, but suppressed by Pacelli, who had another strategy in mind. We now know Pacelli as Pope Pius XII, who succeeded to the office after the death of his former superior in February 1939. 4 days after his election by the College of Cardinals, His Holiness composed the following letter to Berlin. To the illustrious Herr Adolf Hitler, Führer and Chancellor of the German Reich. Here at the beginning of our pontificate we wish to assure you that we remain devoted to the spiritual welfare of the German people entrusted to your leadership. During the many years we spent in Germany, we did all in our power to establish harmonious relations between church and state. Now that the responsibilities of our pastoral function have increased our opportunities, how much more ardently do we pray to reach that goal. May the prosperity of the German people and their progress in every domain come, with God's help, to fruition. Within 6 years of this evil and fatuous message, the once prosperous and civilized people of Germany could gaze around themselves and see hardly one brick piled upon another, as the godless Red Army swept toward Berlin. But I mention this conjuncture for another reason. Believers are supposed to hold that the Pope is the Vicar of Christ on earth and the keeper of the keys of St. Peter. They are, of course, free to believe this, and to believe that God decides when to end the tenure of one Pope or, more important, to inaugurate the tenure of another. This would involve believing in the death of an anti-Nazi Pope and the accession of a pro-Nazi one as a matter of divine will a few months before Hitler's invasion of Poland and the opening of the Second World War. Studying that war, one can perhaps accept that 25% of the SS were practicing Catholics and that no Catholic was ever even threatened with excommunication for participating in war crimes. Joseph Goebbels was excommunicated, but that was earlier on, and he had, after all, brought it on himself for the offence of marrying a Protestant. Human beings and institutions are imperfect, to be sure, but there could be no clearer or more vivid proof that holy institutions are man-made. The collusion continued even after the war, as wanted Nazi criminals were spirited to South America by the infamous Rat Line. It was the Vatican itself, with its ability to provide passports, documents, money and contacts, which organized the escape network, and also the necessary shelter and succor at the other end. Bad as this was in itself, it also involved another collaboration with extreme right dictatorships in the Southern Hemisphere, many of them organized on the fascist model. Fugitive torturers and murderers like Klaus Barbie often found themselves second careers as servants of these regimes, which until they began to collapse in the last decades of the 20th century, had also enjoyed a steady relationship of support from the local Catholic clergy. The connection of the Church to fascism and Nazism actually outlasted the Third Reich itself. Many Christians gave their lives to protect their fellow creatures in this midnight of the century, but the chance that they did so on orders from any priesthood is statistically almost negligible. This is why we revere the memory of the very few believers like Dietrich Bonhoeffer and Martin Niemöller, who acted in accordance only with the dictates of conscience. The papacy took until the 1980s to find a candidate for sainthood in the context of the final solution, and even then could only identify a rather ambivalent priest who, after a long record of political anti-Semitism in Poland, had apparently behaved nobly in Auschwitz. An earlier nominee, a simple Austrian named Franz Jägerstatter, was unfortunately unqualified. He had indeed refused to join Hitler's army on the grounds that he was under higher orders to love his neighbour, but while in prison facing execution had been visited by his confessors, who told him that he ought to be obeying the law. The secular left in Europe comes far better out of the anti-Nazi struggle than that, even if many of its adherents believed that there was a workers' paradise beyond the Ural Mountains. It is often forgotten that the Axis triad included another member, the Empire of Japan, which had not only a religious person as its head of state, but an actual deity. If the appalling heresy of believing that Emperor Hirohito was God was ever denounced from any German or Italian pulpit or by any prelate, I have been unable to discover the fact. In the sacred name of this ridiculously overrated mammal, huge areas of China and Indochina and the Pacific were plundered and enslaved. In his name, too, millions of indoctrinated Japanese were martyred and sacrificed. So imposing and hysterical was the cult of this god-king that it was believed that the whole Japanese people might resort to suicide if his person was threatened at the end of the war. It was accordingly decided that he could stay on, but that he would henceforward have to claim to be an emperor only and perhaps somewhat divine, but not strictly speaking a god. This deference to the strength of religious opinion must involve the admission that faith and worship can make people behave very badly indeed. Thus, those who invoke secular tyranny, in contrast to religion, are hoping that we will forget two things: the connection between the Christian churches and fascism, and the capitulation of the churches to National Socialism. This is not just my assertion. It has been admitted by the religious authorities themselves. Their poor conscience on the point is illustrated by a piece of bad faith that one still has to combat. On religious websites and in religious propaganda you may come across a statement purportedly made by Albert Einstein in 1940. Being a lover of freedom, when the revolution came to Germany, I looked to the universities to defend it, knowing that they had always boasted of their devotion to the cause of truth. But no, the universities immediately were silenced. Then I looked to the great editors of the newspapers, whose flaming editorials in days gone by had proclaimed their love of freedom. But they, like the universities, were silenced in a few short weeks. Only the Church stood squarely across the path of Hitler's campaign for suppressing truth. I never had any special interest in the Church before, but now I feel a great affection and admiration because the Church alone has had the courage and persistence to stand for intellectual truth and moral freedom. I am forced thus to confess that what I once despised I now praise unreservedly. Originally printed in Time magazine without any verifiable attribution, this supposed statement was once cited in a national broadcast by the famous American Catholic spokesman and cleric Fulton Sheen, and remains in circulation. As the analyst William Waterhouse has pointed out, it does not sound like Einstein at all. Its rhetoric is too florid, for one thing. It makes no mention of the persecution of the Jews, and it makes the cool and careful Einstein look silly, in that he claims to have once despised something in which he also never had any special interest. There is another difficulty, in that the statement never appears in any anthology of Einstein's written or spoken remarks. Eventually, Waterhouse was able to find an unpublished letter in the Einstein archives in Jerusalem, in which the old man, in 1947, complained of having once made a remark praising some German churchmen, not churches, which had since been exaggerated beyond all recognition. Anyone wanting to know what Einstein did say in the early days of Hitler's barbarism can easily look him up. For example, I hope that healthy conditions will soon supervene in Germany, and that in future her great men like Kant and Goethe will not merely be commemorated from time to time, but that the principles which they taught will also prevail in public life and in the general consciousness. It is quite clear from this that he put his faith, as always, in the Enlightenment tradition. Those who seek to misrepresent the man who gave us an alternative theory of the cosmos, as well as those who remained silent or worse while his fellow Jews were being deported and destroyed, betray the prickings of their bad consciences. Turning to Soviet and Chinese Stalinism with its exorbitant cult of personality.
Yeah, man, I hope a lot of y'all see, man, maybe you're not being too extreme with the telling these people that they're fucking totalitarian fascist fuckfaces. I don't know, maybe.
And depraved indifference to human life and human rights. One cannot expect to find too much overlap with pre-existing religions. For one thing, the Russian Orthodox Church had been the main prop of the Tsarist autocracy, while the Tsar himself was regarded as the formal head of the faith and something a little more than merely human. In China, the Christian churches were overwhelmingly identified with the foreign concessions extracted by imperial powers, which were among the principal causes of the revolution in the first place. This is not to explain or excuse the killing of priests and nuns and the desecration of churches, any more than one should excuse the burning of churches and the murder of clergy in Spain during the struggle of the Spanish Republic against Catholic fascism. But the long association of religion with corrupt secular power has meant that most nations have to go through at least one anti-clerical phase, from Cromwell through Henry VIII to the French Revolution to the Risorgimento.
All right, guys, we got some new commands.
In the conditions of warfare and collapse that obtained in Russia and China, these interludes were exceptionally brutal ones. I might add, though, that no serious Christian ought to hope for the restoration of religion as it was in either country. The Church in Russia was the protector of serfdom and the author of anti-Jewish pogroms, and in China the missionary and the tight-fisted trader and concessionaire were partners in crime. Lenin and Trotsky were certainly convinced atheists who believed that illusions in religion could be destroyed by acts of policy, and that in the meantime the obscenely rich holdings of the Church could be seized and nationalized. In the Bolshevik ranks, as among the Jacobins of 1789, there were also those who saw the revolution as a sort of alternative religion, with connections to myths of redemption and messianism. For Joseph Stalin, who had trained to be a priest in a seminary in Georgia, the whole thing was ultimately a question of power. How many divisions, he famously and stupidly inquired, has the Pope? The true answer to this boorish sarcasm was, more than you think. Stalin then pedantically repeated the papal routine of making science conform to dogma by insisting that the shaman and charlatan Trofim Lysenko had disclosed the key to genetics and promised extra harvests of specially inspired vegetables. Millions of innocents died of gnawing internal pain as a consequence of this revelation. This Caesar, under whom all things were dutifully rendered, took care as his regime became a more nationalist and...
Well, one side, I think, has that built into their narrative, and then the other side realizes, like, yo, if we let them do what they're saying they're gonna do, yeah, I don't know, it's pretty crazy. I mean, it's kind of is what it is, right? Like, you can't really counter extremism with non-extremism. I mean, I don't know, it's pretty wild. Like, y'all see us out here trying to do the great de-escalation. It isn't exactly the most effective or efficient way to do things.
Statist one, to maintain at least a puppet church that could attach its traditional appeal to his. This was especially true during the Second World War, when the Internationale was dropped as the Russian anthem.
So we have water, tea, coffee,
Defeated Bonaparte in 1812. This at a time
communion, and cheers.
European fascist states were invading Russian territory under the holy banner of a crusade against godless communism. In a much-neglected passage of Animal Farm,
Can't logic way
Orwell allowed
motherfuckers
Moses the
dedicated
raven,
to your
long the croaking
destruction. There you
advocate
go.
of a heaven beyond the skies, to return to the farm and preach to the more credulous creatures after Napoleon had vanquished Snowball. His analogy to Stalin's manipulation of the Russian Orthodox Church was, as ever, quite exact. The post-war Polish Stalinists had recourse to much the same tactic, legalizing a Catholic front organization called Pax Christi and giving it seats in the Warsaw Parliament, much to the delight of fellow travelling Catholic communists such as Graham Greene. Anti-religious propaganda in the Soviet Union was of the most banal materialist sort. A shrine to Lenin often had stained glass, while in the official Museum of Atheism there was testimony offered by a Russian astronaut who had seen no God in outer space. This idiocy expressed at least as much contempt for the gullible yokels as any wonder-working icon. As the great laureate of Poland, Czesław Miłosz, phrased it in his anti-totalitarian classic, The Captive Mind, first published in 1953, I have known many Christians, Poles, Frenchmen, Spaniards, who were strict Stalinists in the field of politics, but who retained certain inner reservations, believing God would make corrections once the bloody sentences of the almighties of history were carried out. They pushed their reasoning rather far. They argue that history develops according to immutable laws that exist by the will of God. One of these laws is the class struggle. The 20th century marks the victory of the proletariat, which is led in its struggle by the Communist Party. Stalin, the leader of the Communist Party, fulfills the law of history, or in other words, acts by the will of God, therefore one must obey him. Mankind can be renewed only on the Russian pattern. That is why no Christian can oppose the one, cruel it is true, idea, which will create a new kind of man over the entire planet. Such reasoning is often used by clerics who are party tools. Christ is a new man. The new man is the Soviet man. Therefore Christ is a Soviet man, said Justinian Marina, the Romanian patriarch. Men like Marina were hateful and pathetic, no doubt, and hateful and pathetic simultaneously. But this is no worse in principle than the numberless pacts made between church and empire, church and monarchy, church and fascism, and church and state, all of them justified by the need of the faithful to make temporal alliances for the sake of higher goals, while rendering unto Caesar
There you go.
the word from which Tsar is derived, even if he is godless. A political scientist or anthropologist would have little difficulty in recognizing what the editors and contributors of The God That Failed put into such immortal secular prose. Communist absolutists did not so much negate religion, in societies that they well understood were saturated with faith and superstition, as seek to replace it. The solemn elevation of infallible leaders who were a source of endless bounty and blessing, the permanent search for heretics and schismatics, the mummification of dead leaders as icons and relics, the lurid show trials that elicited incredible confessions by means of torture. None of this was very difficult to interpret in traditional terms. Nor was the hysteria during times of plague and famine, when the authorities unleashed a mad search for any culprit but the real one. The great Doris Lessing once told me that she left the Communist Party when she discovered that Stalin's inquisitors had plundered the museums of Russian Orthodoxy and Tsarism and re-employed the old instruments of torture. Nor was the ceaseless invocation of a radiant future, the arrival of which would one day justify all crimes and dissolve all petty doubts. Extra ecclesiam nulla salus, as the older faith used to say. Within the revolution anything, as Fidel Castro was fond of remarking. Outside the revolution nothing. Indeed, within Castro's periphery there evolved a bizarre mutation, known oxymoronically as liberation theology, where priests and even some bishops adopted alternative liturgies, enshrining the ludicrous notion that Jesus of Nazareth was really a dues-paying socialist. For a combination of good and bad reasons, Archbishop Romero of El Salvador was a man of courage and principle, in the way that some Nicaraguan base community clerics were not. The papacy put this down as a heresy. Would that it could have condemned fascism and Nazism in the same unhesitating and unambiguous tones. In a very few cases, such as Albania, communism tried to extirpate religion completely and to proclaim an entirely atheist state. This only led to even more extreme cults of mediocre human beings, such as the dictator Enver Hoxha, and to secret baptisms and ceremonies that proved the utter alienation of the common people from the regime. There is nothing in modern secular argument that even hints at any ban on religious observance. Sigmund Freud was quite right to describe the religious impulse in The Future of an Illusion as essentially ineradicable, until or unless the human species can conquer its fear of death and its tendency to wish-thinking. Neither contingency seems very probable. All that the totalitarians have demonstrated is that the religious impulse, the need to worship, can take even more monstrous forms if it is repressed. This might not necessarily be a compliment to our worshipping tendency. In the early months of this century I made a visit to North Korea. Here, contained within a hermetic quadrilateral of territory, enclosed either by sea or by near impenetrable frontiers, is a land entirely given over to adulation. Every waking moment of the citizen, the subject, is consecrated to praise of the Supreme Being and his Father. Every schoolroom resounds with it, every film and opera and play is devoted to it, every radio and television transmission is given up to it. So are all books and magazines and newspaper articles, all sporting events and all workplaces. I used to wonder what it would be like to have to sing everlasting praises, and now I know. Nor is the devil forgotten. The unsleeping evil of outsiders and unbelievers is warded off with a perpetual vigilance, which includes daily moments of ritual in the workplace in which hatred of the other is inculcated. The North Korean state was born at about the same time that 1984 was published, and one could almost believe that the Holy Father of the state, Kim Il-sung, was given a copy of the novel and asked if he could make it work in practice. Yet even Orwell did not dare to have it said that Big Brother's birth was attended by miraculous signs and portents, such as birds hailing the glorious event by singing inhuman words. Nor did the inner party of Airstrip 1 Oceania spend billions of scarce dollars at a time of horrific famine to prove that the ludicrous mammal Kim Il-sung and his pathetic mammal son Kim Jong-il were two incarnations of the same person. In this version of the Aryan heresy so much condemned by Athanasius, North Korea is unique in having a dead man as head of state. Kim Jong-il is the head of the party and the army, but the presidency is held in perpetuity by his deceased father, which makes the country a necrocracy or mausolocracy, as well as a regime that is only one figure short of a trinity. The afterlife is not mentioned in North Korea because the idea of a defection in any direction is very strongly discouraged, but as against that, it is not claimed that the two Kims will continue to dominate you after you are dead. Students of the subject can easily see that what we have in North Korea is not so much an extreme form of communism — the term is barely mentioned amid the storms of ecstatic dedication — as a debased yet refined form of Confucianism and ancestor worship. When I left North Korea, which I did with a sense of mingled relief, outrage, and pity so strong that I can still summon it, I was leaving a totalitarian state and also a religious one. I've since talked with many of the brave people who are trying to undermine this atrocious system from within and without. Let me admit at once that some of the bravest of these resistors are fundamentalist Christian anti-communists. One of these courageous men gave an interview not long ago in which he was honest enough to say that he had a difficult time preaching the idea of a saviour to the half-starved and terrified few who'd managed to escape their prison state. The whole idea of an infallible and all-powerful Redeemer, they said, struck them as a bit too familiar. A bowl of rice and some exposure to some wider culture, and a little relief from the hideous din of compulsory enthusiasm, would be the most they could ask for now. Those who are fortunate enough to get as far as South Korea or the United States may find themselves confronted with yet another messiah. The jailbird and tax evader Sun Myung-moon, undisputed head of the Unification Church and major contributor to the extreme right in the United States, is one of the patrons of the intelligent design racket. A leading figure of this so-called movement and a man who never fails to award his
Intelligent design
God-man guru.
racket.
His proper name of father is Jonathan Wells, the author of a laughable anti-evolutionist diatribe entitled The Icons of Evolution. As Wells himself touchingly put it, "Father's words, my studies, and my prayers convinced me that I should devote my life to
All
destroying
right, guys,
Darwinism.
here's a couple
just as
from
many
the
of my fellow
casino.
unificationists
There's
have
one
devoted
for
their
when
lives to
you
destroying Marxism.
win a heist.
When
It's
Father chose
booty.
me, along with about a dozen other seminary
There's one
graduates,
for if you don't make it
to enter
from
a
the
PhD
heist.
program in
It's
1978, I
R.I.P.
welcomed the opportunity to do battle. Mr. Wells's book is unlikely even to rate a footnote in the history of Piffle, but having seen fatherhood at work in both of the two Koreas, I have an idea of what the burned-over district of upstate New York must have looked and felt like when the believers had everything
There's
their own
one
way.
for when you win money.
Religion, even at its meekest, has to
Just
admit
$3
that what it is proposing
signs.
is a total solution
For when
in
you
which
win
faith
pocket
must be to some
change.
extent blind, and in which all aspects of the
Rip
private
for
and
when you
public life
fart.
must be submitted to permanent higher supervision. This constant surveillance and continual subjection, usually reinforced
And then
by
there's
fear
a
in the
generic
shape of
win.
infinite vengeance,
And a
does not
generic
invariably
loss.
bring out the best mammalian characteristics. It is certainly true that emancipation from religion does not always produce the best mammal either. To take two salient examples, one of the greatest and most enlightening
A
scientists of the
splooge
20th
button.
century, J.D.
Oh my God, they all came
was an
together.
abject voter
Sorry.
of Stalin and wasted much of his life.
The win will do the trophies. The law, you guys can see it in the chat, but the win will do the trophies. The loss will do so-and-so lost. Better luck next time with the X's. And yeah, have fun
defending
with
the crimes
those.
of his leader. H.L. Mencken, one of the best satirists of religion, was too keen on Nietzsche and advocated a form of social Darwinism and a contempt for the weak and sick. He also had a soft spot for Adolf Hitler and wrote an unpardonably indulgent review of Mein Kampf. Humanism has many crimes for which to apologize.
This bitch
But it can
job.
apologize for them and also correct them in its own
Seriously.
terms and without having to shake or
You
challenge
gotta
the
put
basis
your
of any
request in with
unanswerable
YouTube
system of
Punk,
belief.
the sound design prop
Totalitarian
master,
systems, whatever outward form they may take, are
executive
fundamentalist
sound
and, as we
designer
would now
/ prop
say,
master general.
faith-based. In her magisterial examination of the totalitarian phenomenon, Hannah Arendt was not merely being a tribalist when she gave a special place to anti-Semitism. The idea that a group of people, whether defined as a nation or as a religion, could be condemned for all time and without the possibility of an appeal was, and is, essentially a totalitarian one. It is horribly fascinating that Hitler began by being a propagator of this deranged prejudice, and that Stalin ended by being both a victim and an advocate of it. But the virus was kept alive for centuries by religion. St. Augustine positively relished the myth of the wandering Jew and the exile of the Jews in general as a proof of divine justice. The Orthodox Jews are not blameless here. By claiming to be chosen in a special exclusive covenant with the Almighty, they invited hatred and suspicion and evinced their own form of racism. However,
Audio
it was the
soundscape
secular
engineer,
Jews
sorry.
who were now hated by the totalitarians, so no question of blaming the victim need arise. The Jesuit order, right up until the 20th century, refused by statute to admit a man unless he could prove that he had no Jewish blood for several generations. The the Vatican preached that all Jews inherited the responsibility for deicide. The French Church aroused the mob against Dreyfus and the intellectuals. Islam has never forgiven the Jews for encountering Muhammad and deciding that he was not the authentic
For when he's
Messiah.
summoned.
For emphasizing tribe and dynasty and racial provenance in its holy books, religion must accept the responsibility for transmitting one of mankind's most primitive illusions down through the generations. The connection between racism, religion, and totalitarianism is also to be found in the other most hateful dictatorship of the 20th century, the vile system of apartheid in South Africa. This was not just the ideology of a Dutch-speaking tribe bent on extorting forced labour from peoples of a different shade of pigmentation. It was also a form of Calvinism in practice. The Dutch Reformed Church preached as a dogma
The Shroud of Turin. We've got to make a documentary about Otangelo.
Racism is totalitarian by definition. It marks the victim in perpetuity and denies him.
That's what we should do to break the algorithm, guys. We'll start making serious documentaries about our favorite small-time apologists, you know. We had to work on one about Sal, you know, like a 3-part miniseries and shit.
Or her, the right to even a rag of dignity or privacy, even the elemental right to make love or marry or produce children with a loved one of the wrong tribe, without having love nullified by law. And this was the life.
We'll call it, I always forget this nigga's last name. Sal, doesn't he has a last name, right? Sal, you know, Sal something. But guys, what the fuck is this nigga's last name? Sal, I can't even think of this nigga's last name. It's so irrelevant. I'm so glad. Cordova, right? We'll call it Sal Cordova. Dun dun. No mention of incompleteness. Oh, come on. For a Renaissance man like Sal, I think that's pretty good, guys. It's a pretty good one. Dun dun, you know. Cardove. Cardove. No mention of incompleteness. You know, I couldn't have said it any better myself.
Millions living in the Christian West in our own time. The ruling National Party, which
Where
was
does
also
Sal
heavily
live,
infected with
approximately?
and had taken the Nazi side in the Second World War, relied on the ravings of the pulpit to justify its own blood myth of a Boer exodus that awarded it exclusive rights in a promised land.
The incomplete
As a result,
Sal
an Afrikaner
Cordova.
permutation of Zionism created a backward despotic state, in which the rights of all other peoples were abolished, and which eventually the survival of Afrikaners themselves was threatened by corruption, chaos, and brutality. At that point, the bovine elders of the
It's
church had a
opposite of Sal.
revelation which allowed the gradual abandonment of apartheid. But this can never permit forgiveness for the evil
There
that
you
religion
go.
did while it felt strong enough to do so.
Congratulations to
It
Melody
is to the credit
and
of many secular Christians and Jews and many atheist
Carrie
and
Ann.
agnostic militants of the African National Congress that South African society was saved from complete barbarism and implosion. The last century saw many other improvisations on the old idea of a dictatorship that could take care of more than merely secular or everyday problems.
AR didn't
These
make it,
ranged
sorry.
from mildly offensive and insulting, the Greek Orthodox
Better
Church
luck next time.
baptized the usurping military junta of 1967 with its eye shades and steel helmets as
Salvageable.
a Greece for Christian Greeks, to the all-enslaving Angkar of the Khmer Rouge in Cambodia, which sought its authority in prehistoric temples and legends. Their sometime friend and sometime rival, the aforementioned King Sihanouk, who took a playboy's refuge under the protection of the Chinese Stalinists, was also adept at being a god-king when it suited him. In between lies the Shah of Iran, who claimed to be the shadow of God, as well as the light of the Aryans, and who repressed the secular opposition and took extreme care to be represented as the guardian of the Shiite shrines. His megalomania was succeeded by one of its close cousins, the Khomeiniist heresy of the Velayat-e Faqih, or total societal control by mullahs, who also display their deceased leader as their founder and assert that his holy words can never be rescinded. At the very extreme edge can be found the primeval Puritanism of the Taliban, which devoted itself to discovering new things
sounds
to forbid,
crazy.
everything from music to recycled paper, which might contain a tiny fleck of pulp from a discarded Quran, and new methods of punishment, the burial alive
I
of
forgot to order
homosexuals.
food up in this
The
beer.
alternative to these grotesque phenomena is not the chimera of secular dictatorship, but the defence of secular pluralism and of the right not to believe or be compelled to believe. This defence has now become an urgent and inescapable responsibility, a matter of survival.
A matter of survival. Y'all heard it. Nah. We ain't nah. They gotta hear that shit
Or everyday
again.
problems. These ranged from the mildly offensive and insulting. The Greek Orthodox Church baptized the usurping military junta of 1967 with its eye shades and steel helmets as a Greece for Christian
I went back
Greeks,
like a whole minute and a half.
to the all-enslaving Angkar of the Khmer Rouge in Cambodia, which sought its authority in prehistoric temples and legends. Their sometime friend and sometime rival, the aforementioned King Sihanouk, who took a playboy's refuge under the protection of the Chinese Stalinists, was also adept at being a god-king when it suited him. In between lies the Shah of Iran, who claimed to be the shadow of God, as well as the light of the Aryans, and who repressed the secular opposition and took extreme care to be represented as the guardian of the Shiite shrines. His megalomania was succeeded by one of its close cousins, the Khomeiniist heresy of the Velayat-e Faqih, or total societal control by mullahs, who also display their deceased leader as their founder and assert that his holy words can never be rescinded. At the very extreme edge can be found the primeval Puritanism of the Taliban, which devoted itself to discovering new things to forbid, everything from music to recycled paper, which might contain a tiny fleck of pulp from a discarded Quran, and new methods of punishment, the burial alive of homosexuals. The alternative to these grotesque phenomena is not the chimera of secular dictatorship, but the defence of secular pluralism and of the right not to believe or be compelled to believe.
There you go.
This defence has now become an urgent and inescapable responsibility, a matter of survival.
An urgent and inescapable responsibility to not believe. That's pretty much how I feel. Gotta do it. Like your life depends on it. You know? It's so sad, guys. It's so sad. All right, guys. I'm getting me a motherfucking... Oh, well, I'm trying to get me a goddamn... buffalo chicken Philly cheesesteak. Does that even make sense? Let's do it. Let's do it. And a Sprite. And a goddamn Sprite. With the mac and cheese. Go. Do it. Do it. Do it now. Give me food. I need food. Y'all need milkshakes. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? Go, go. Go, 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 go. Place the order. Make it in time. Make it. I believe in you. They close in 10 minutes, goddammit. It's too terrifying. All right, y'all. Grubhub. I'm a Grubhub man, and then occasionally Postmates. You know, it's just about what you got to do locally to get the most options.
It's too terrifying.
It's too fucking terrifying. All right, y'all. That's that. After party time. So I'm spaced out, hungry, need to eat. So first off, let's just talk about what's going on this week. And then, we'll keep it pretty laid back. If anybody wants to call and talk to me, there's a link in the description. I'll go ahead and put my black ass in Restream, pretend like I want to talk to people. And boo. Also, I didn't watch that whole Rebecca Godless Girl throwdown, so I don't know. I could get caught up on some things. We'll probably go over to the casino. I don't think I have to meet with Cliff tomorrow because we're meeting on Wednesday and Thursday. So I said, let's not meet Monday. But also, we got to get into a lot of different things. We really got to jump into maybe, I'm thinking we should jump into Gather Town, because we got to start working on the virtual compound idea. We got to figure out what's the best platform for the virtual compound. We're trying to make a shared work, living space for us all to enterprise together. I didn't miss much. You were watching Jin, missed it too. Then again, I missed most of it. It was whack. You chose wisely. Yeah. I'm sure all that's true. I just, but yeah, I don't know. Some of these people, it's interesting. There's a lot going on, guys. James was live. It looks like Mark Reed maybe did his other Kent Hovind debate. When I tuned in, Kent Hovind was debating somebody else. There is a Blasphemy Sunday, which is, always high up on the list. There's been a lot of things going down at the casino. There's a lot of music. There's just a lot going on, gang. There really is. It's just the way it is. Michael Shermer versus David Wood. That's interesting. From 4 days ago on Modern Day Debates. Good for them. David Wood sounds like a moron. There was a really good Pine Creek short about him. But yeah, I mean, these people are going after us now. They're calling us out, stuff like that. So, it's fine for us to it is what it is. It's like, look, I need the people to fight. I need people to beat up on. I need people to embarrass. I need people to humiliate. And if people are not gonna step up to the plate and challenge me, then I gotta go looking for a fight. It's not my fault. Especially if you're gonna do stuff like the importance of kingdom message, I can't even get a link. Is there a link to that thing? Because it's like when I go to her videos, the last one is the kingdom message one. Why does YouTube take so long to put people's streams in their videos? Coronavirus. Is it from God? Oh, Lord. Let's, y'all want to be insta-triggered?
Coronavirus is becoming a really big issue that's causing a lot of fear in people these days. When something like this happens, people are often looking for a reason for why it's happening, and they sometimes attribute things like this to God. But is God responsible for the coronavirus? To answer this question, let's look at the life of Jesus, because the Bible says that Jesus is the exact representation of who God is. If we want to know exactly what God is like, we look at Jesus. Jesus had only one response to sickness. That was, he healed it. Jesus never gave anyone a sickness. Instead, he went around curing people of sickness and disease. Sick people were being brought to Jesus from all over, and Jesus was having compassion on them, and he healed them all. Wow. Much of what Jesus did was to go around and heal people from all kinds of sicknesses and diseases and injuries. So we should consider God the healer of sickness, not...
Oh, it's so pathetic. It's just so rich. It's just so rich. The anti-evolution crowd is here to tell us that we should consider Jesus the healer. It's pretty interesting. So like I said, you know, like I said, I think coronavirus needs to be the end of your faith, honestly. Because you got to explain to me that your God, again, got morally sufficient reasons for his glory. He has morally sufficient reasons to enhance his glory, y'all, for not giving us the cure to COVID. You know, he sees us all sick. He saw 1 million Americans die, and Jesus was like, nah, not only am I not going to show up right now with the cure, I ain't going to inspire nobody with the cure. Who the fuck did we ask about this? And they said Dr. Fauci would lose it, and I cooked them from the show. Y'all remember who the fuck that was? And they tried to tell us if Jesus really, they're like, now come on, Jay. Jay, now let's be reasonable about this. Now, Jay, let's be serious here, Jay. Let's think about this critically, Jay. Now, you mean to tell me if Jesus came right now with the cure for COVID, you mean to tell me Dr. Fauci or one of them wouldn't lose it? I was like, get the fuck off my channel. Oh, man. Something wrong with these people, y'all.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Bread of Life channel. I'm thrilled to have Godless Girl here tonight, and we're going to be just talking about why she's an atheist and some like bad arguments atheists use, and I don't know, wherever else the conversation might lead us. So welcome, Godless Girl.
Thank you for having me on. I know you told me once most of your audience are atheists, but I spend more time attacking atheists on the internet than I do theists in my debate community. So
atheists, I got the game fucked up.
I don't seem to know, I've looked at your live chat before, though I don't seem to know most of them, even though I've been around for so long. It's like,
oh really?
Oh, that's because they see what they talking shit about us. They don't know us. You don't know us. Look, here's the thing. I'm here to remind you. By the time you figure out who we are, it's already too late. Yep. It means you ain't with the early adapters is what it means. It means we out here blowing up and you haven't figured it out yet. Now, here's what's real problematic about this whole situation, y'all. We don't give a shit. I'm going to tell you why we don't give a shit. Because most people, they be worried about it. Because they reigns and they runs and they little time, they little time around be little limited, you know what I'm saying? And so they got to race to the 10,000 subs as soon as they can get there, y'all. But yeah, see us, it's different because we are taking over the internet. So by the time you feel us, it means our foot is so far up your ass, all you got time to do is prepare for the pain and just let it happen.
Yeah. It's like a different community than like the normal debate community.
You can say that again.
I mean, I know a few of them. Let me go to...
Yeah, you know, Pocket Locker 86. Now, I don't really see Pocket Locker 86 here, so...
Yeah, I used to be like a really...
I don't see Pocket Locker 86 here, so moving along.
Militant, proselytizing atheists.
What you got against
like
the...
10 years
what?
ago. And... Then I realized, I just had bad arguments. I got cold water splashed in my face and realized I had, really bad arguments.
I feel that.
And, learned philosophy. And now I just look at most atheists as they're just, really, really stupid and constantly seeing errors in their reasoning. And especially presuppositionalists, the Christians, the presuppositionalist arguments. Yeah, a lot of atheists engage with presuppers and they don't even understand the argument. And it's because of that argument, it didn't bring me to God.
So is that what this is? This is Godless Girl discusses bad atheist arguments.
I don't think anybody can know anything.
This is not what I was expecting when somebody told me Godless Girl was coming on Bread of Life. Now, look. I'm sure what is this? Just some ridiculous atheist beatdown? I mean, look, I'm going to be honest. I can sum it for you right here. The atheist arguments are the same as the Christian arguments. Don't none of them prove a goddamn thing. But, so, that's the point. They the ones been making all these badass arguments. All we do is tear them down. But some of y'all, she right. Some of y'all got some bad arguments, because you got to remember, just because they arguments suck don't really mean they ain't a God. It just means what we already know, which is there's not a good-ass reason to really believe that there is. But some of us do take it a little too far. But I ain't even fucking with y'all. There just isn't a God. And the reason we know there's no God is because people made him up. I keep telling people, it's a very different situation. You're not trying to say, I can prove metaphysically that there is no such thing as the supernatural. I just say, ain't no such thing as the supernatural that wasn't made up by a person. Ask yourself a very simple question. If people never existed, would frogs exist? Yes. Right? That's because frogs is real as shit. If people never existed, would there be trees? Yes, there'd be trees. Trees is real as shit, independent of people. If people never existed, would there be tables? No, probably not, because people made tables, right? If people never existed, would there be iPhones? Fuck no. iPhones are a thing people made up, right? If people never existed, would there be any such thing as a supernatural? No. Would there be any such thing as a God? Absolutely fuck not. Were there many things such as creation? Nope. Any such thing as magic? Nope. Fairies? Nope. Dragons? Nope. What are all these things? Products of the human imagination. It's pretty simple. Pretty simple argument.
You think it's kind of a complicated view, though?
Yeah.
Find me one God people didn't make up. I'll shut the fuck up about it.
Who don't know God, let's go.
Pretty simple.
I think you're
Just
pretty
one.
well known in a lot of
just one sign of one
but
God
for those who don't know Godless Girl,
to show
she has a
me
YouTube channel.
that
You
is
can
not
check her out
something
on
a person
Twitter.
just
All her
made
links
the
are in
fuck up.
description, so please do subscribe.
And I will
to her.
literally rest my
You
case.
will see some good stuff. You'll hear some.
Until then, there might not be any atheist arguments, but the truth is, I just want to fight about it. I just want to fight. People don't understand the difference between a debater and a scientist and a philosopher and a word wrestler. A word wrestler really just wants to fight. It's really kind of simple. We don't really care about all the bull. We just want to fight. And to be honest with you, the promos and all of that's kind of fun, and the debates and that's kind of shit, but we would rather just fight. You know, it's kind of like the scientists want to be rock stars and the rock stars want to be scientists. You know, not everybody could be like me and be both. You know, but the truth is, it's like, if you watch professional wrestling, right, what you notice is the wrestlers that are supposed to be fighting, they just want to talk. You know, we just want to see them get in the ring and beat on each other, and they just want to talk all the goddamn time. Talk all the time in the ring, talk all the time backstage, talk before the show, after the show, on the way out to the ring before the match starts. When are y'all just going to start bashing on each other and making somebody bleed and stretching somebody's limbs up in this bitch? So they supposed to be in the ring getting it on, and they want to talk. Now, on our side of things, everybody's supposed to be on YouTube talking and debating and conversating and panel discussion and questioning and super chats and social media. No. We actually would rather just jump in the ring, right, Wayne? We would rather just, look, let's just put the ring in the middle of the thing. We'll do our entrance. You do yours. We'll beat the fuck up on y'all in front of everybody. Walk in with the goal, walk out with the goal. You know what we do. What? We put asses in seats. They came there to see us anyway, right? So we just come out, we beat down on y'all, everybody's happy, everybody goes home, everybody gets fucked up. What's the problem? So yeah, we just here because we want to fight them. We don't like them. They keep fighting the war, we're the other side. We're tired of sitting back with these motherfuckers fighting the war against us. Now these motherfuckers fighting the war against us, you want to bring your little narrow ass here talking about we got some bad arguments? I got one good argument. They trying to ruin us. That's it. That's all that matters to me.
Great philosophical arguments.
Great philosophical arguments. Nah, yeah. I'm done.
Well, I
heard enough. Great interview.
All right, gang, let's jump into this shit.
Not everything on the internet's worth watching, folks. Ooh. 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 Ooh.
I've got my Saints jersey on. Friends of mine gave it to me. Kickoffs here in a little
Not
bit,
everybody
but
just oozes
yeah.
watchability the way I do. I gotta admit it. It's not. I'm a rare breed.
Uncle Bobby
Like Uncle
from
Bobby.
drinking some motherfucking
You know, not everybody
liquor
can be
and
superstars.
kicking nothing but actual factuals.
Kicking nothing
Now,
but
gang,
the
it's been a while
actual
since we've had a
factuals.
good old-fashioned blast from these
Spitting
Sundays.
facts, breaking backs. Y'all know how
we're
it
gonna
is.
do this thing. I got a lot of fucking fucked up ass videos. I'm gonna put the Uncle Bobby spin on it. But before we start up, if there is a Christian that is tuned in today, I want to say thank you.
And please go fuck
I
yourself.
also want to tell you, don't hang up the phone. Stay your ass in here and listen to what I'm getting ready to kick at you. Let me tell you the reason why. The reason why these conversations never evolve, the reason why we don't make the progress that we should be making is because you guys don't listen.
There it is.
don't.
You don't listen.
And the fuck.
Oh, and you have no bottom. Like, you're literally a bottomless pit of suck. You guys start at don't comprehend, devolve into illiterate, descend further into indignified, then with the fucking Christian persecution complex, then with the righteous indignation, then with the pining for yesteryear of Christian theocracy and enslaving everyone else, then insulationist, Christian only fucking lifestyle in government, all the way to harassing us just for saying, we don't believe you. Fuck you! You can't exist. You can't be in the world. You can't love who you love. You can't decide when you get pregnant. Fuck you, Jay Bundy. You shouldn't be employable. Why? Because you have the audacity to have a motherfucking opinion that simply says, we don't believe you. Oh my fucking God, James Apperson, I'm going to just show up all of your shit. Oh my goodness, you guys are the worst people, and look at all the skeletons in your closets, and like like y'all are just literally a bottomless pit of suck. You have no boundaries. You have no fucking you have no objective basis for your morality, interestingly enough. So You fuckfaces literally like don't know the difference between right and wrong. You pretend to, but then when you need to do the wrong thing, you just go, oh, well, I'm doing it for Jesus, so it isn't wrong anymore, right? Right? I mean, so it's just like, oh, am I fucking trying to destroy another motherfucker's life? Oh, well, hey, they had the fucking audacity to say, we don't believe you. But you know what, fuckfaces? Here's the truth. First off, you're not gonna be able to fuck us over. Second off, we're not intimidated by you guys. See, you might think that you put the fear of God in us, but you don't. And you gotta remember, we're not afraid of you, and we stopped being afraid of God a very long time ago. And on top of that, fuckfaces, what you seem to forget is most of us are former believers. Right. That means we've already had to deal with the fucking hostile reactions of our fucking mothers and our fucking former partners and our fucking communities and our fucking sweet-ass grandmothers and our aunties and all the church people that we done cried the tears and oh no, Jesus, and fucking ran the questions and ran the gauntlet of the fucking ups, downs, and the emotions and all that shit. And we're pretty much over all of that. So y'all are just fucked because we don't fear you more than the fucking people in our real lives who we've already have to deal with this shit with. Y'all are just like the fucking fucktards on the internet who give us fucking target practice. That's literally what we use y'all for. We literally use you guys to fucking have the conversations that we don't get to have every day with the people in our real lives that believe your fucking nonsense. So we literally just practice on you guys on the daily. You're like our daily fucking punching dummies. And we care about you as much as a motherfucking taekwondo artist cares about the fucking dummy whose ass he's fucking murdering for shits and giggles. But since it's the internet or a training gym and it's safe to fucking assault this fucking dummy, that's what we do verbally. But please trust me, if you ever get sick of me whooping your ass verbally, if you ever get tired of me whooping your ass verbally, can we please bring it to the ring and fight me? Will you please fight me for the United States Championship? Please. Please try to shut me up with an actual fight. I'm begging you.
The fucked up part is, because I used to be there, it's the whole, well, this is a loving message. You guys keep saying shit like that, but you don't hear when the other side is saying, I'm not feeling the love at all. Right? And so when, the non-believers, the gay people, whoever the fuck, speak up, right?
Appreciate y'all plugging the channel,
man. You're going to
man.
take this love. They're like,
he also gave us a shout out recently. Appreciate that, Uncle Bobby.
If you don't let me love you right fucking now, I'm going to love you even harder. Like, okay, but I just told you what my gender identity was, right? Why won't you respect it? Because I've got a book. Right here. It says, okay. It says right here, well, I'm going to fucking love you. And yeah, you're just being invaded by the devil. God damn it. You better let me love you. That's what it's like, Christians. And so when you guys don't listen to what we have to say, even though we're telling you the shit's fucked up, fine, believe in your God all you want, the blase and the glavinoids, but what you call love, I call all kinds of fucked up. So if you cannot do the fucked up stuff, yeah, it'd be a hell of a lot better. Christians, what's your response? This is the most loving message. So again, this is just sitting on some bullshit. Okay, Uncle Bobby's got a lot of videos. I don't want to make this a 9-hour-long show, so we're going to jump right into it.
Coffee. Okay? Yeah, I find former atheists hard to find, but I love when I find them. Like, y'all know EA Dawa. Go subscribe to EA Dawa for the laws, y'all. For the laws. He'll tell you. I can't. He'll tell you. Sorry. He'll tell you how skeptical he was, and he was an atheist. Well, first off, he used to be like a skinhead white nationalist or something, because he's just a fucking critical thinker. This type of motherfucker really likes to think for himself, apparently, right? So he gets the fuck out of that, gets into the evangelism, decided that isn't the way to go or some shit. So he becomes an atheist, He's a total hardcore skeptic, doesn't believe shit, is judo topping and ninjaing people because he was such a badass atheist, counter-apologist, and he's got the YouTube videos to prove it. And then he ran into these really, really smart Muslim guys. And those Muslim guys hit him with the irrefutable arguments, which is why if you ask him about his faith, he won't even talk to you about the Quran. I can't even start with the Quran. First, I have to hit you with the irrefutable arguments that they hit me with, which is basically just a fucking fat-ass pig of bullshit dressed up in a Islamabad kalam, right? Kalam, contingency, presuppositionalist burrito. Oh, I can't today. with the theist, y'all. I can't today with theism. I really can't. But yeah, that's so he's apparently a quote unquote former atheist. But I guess it's just those irrefutable, really smart Muslim guys, y'all. Some really smart Muslim brothers. I haven't met the right ones. I haven't been locked up long enough, apparently.
And the first one up is fuckface Ravi Zacharias. He's one of the more infuriating of all the apologists, because this is what Ravi is really good at. Again, because I've seen him do this, and again, I told you, I think this is a predatory practice. When you do this bullshit for a living, and then you go on a college campus to own the libs, right? You got a 19-year-old kid who's got no idea who the fuck you are. Then you pull this foolishness, then you post it as a major intellectual victory, right? Gang, let's turn on some fucking air. It's hot than a motherfucker. I also did yard work this morning. Ah! Damn it.
Wait, Wayne, you better get in here and explain this shit to me. Wayne, you need to come on and explain yourself. What is this roster you dropped on me? LG, NG, CG, And I don't know, but somebody needs it sometime. Muslim metaphysician infected Khalil Allah, formerly known as empathetic atheist. Yeah, whatever it is. Oh, those are D&D alignments. I got you. I don't know D&D alignments. And I ain't paying attention. I'm doing the show. I got to pay attention to what's on my monitor. That fat ass, big, scary black man. I don't mean fat ass, but you know what I mean. Big, I meant large. Not fat ass, but big. The big man. The big, scary black, that guy. This motherfucker.
Gonna stop sweating like a runaway slave.
I'm worried about the man that looked like he about to fucking silverback judo chop me.
So the first instance that kind of pops out in my head, I really am trying to remember what the kid...
Do you know what it's like trying to pay attention to the chat when you got Uncle Bobby in front of you in a goddamn football jersey looking like he about to just fucking split you in half because somebody said hut too quickly or some shit, like hut, and he just fucking ran into you, just made you fucking vaporize and shit. And, oh, sorry. Fucking Uncle Bobby had a flashback. Let me tell you about my football coach. He told me about, like, Uncle Bobby. My chest is caved in. And I can't breathe. My football coach told me, I'm not just telling you about football. I'm telling you about, like, Uncle Bobby. Now's not the time. Call an ambulance.
Asked fuckface Ravi Zacharias. But by the time the kid asked a question at 1, before Ravi even kind of tried to address it, he was at a 33. Ravi stacked so many fucking layers of non-related shit onto that question. Now, by the time he kind of slightly looped back around and asked the boy, like, I nailed it, right? And the boy was like, yeah. And it's like, shut the fuck up. So again, here we go with this doo-doo ass, what is absolute truth? Now, I'm going to be honest with you guys. I haven't seen any of these fucked up ass videos.
Damn.
So you know Uncle Bobby's going to have a stroke. And my iPad's acting like real fucked up today, so...
I'm going to have to get rid of all you guys' pocket change by making like some $1 billion redeemables or something.
You guys pray for me. Wait for it. Oh.
Than I do.
Or maybe I'll just wait till the next time you guys just, go around commenting on all these other YouTube atheist channels without even mentioning my name, and then I'll just reset your ass to 0.
Overwhelming sense of impending doom.
Boom, perfect timing. And then you should have an overwhelming sense of impending doom. It could all come crashing down to 0. Think about that, Cameron Bennett. Look at this number, Cameron Bennett. Think about that. Think about that. Just think about that. Think about that number, Cameron Bennett. That's a lot of pocket change to lose just for like one day you forgot to mention Pocket Locker 86 on another video. You're risking a lot. Y'all are risking a lot out there.
Roll the tape.
Seems to want to purport that there are no values. There's no absolute, there's not really right and wrong. Someone was saying it the other day in a way that I thought really accurately reflected where we are. They said no one wants to be wrong anymore. So you're
be ashamed if everybody got reset.
Come from
just accidentally hit the reset leaderboard.
Uncle Bobby can only speak for himself.
Oops,
I have no problem telling you that you're wrong. None at all. I told you, this whole absolute truth, relative truth, subjective, I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. So I'm quite sure they're bumping up against some philosophers or some 20-year-old kid on a college campus who's just trying to play the game. Not Uncle Bobby. I got no problem telling your monkey ass I believe you to be wrong. And if right now fuckface Frank Turk was here, he'd be like, well, that's just your opinion. You know what I would say? You're absolutely right, fuck nuts. You're absolutely right. But no, I don't have any problems telling you I believe you to be wrong.
There it
Fuck
is.
that. Roll the tape.
It's a view, it's just that we're different. You have a different way of looking at it
nope.
than I do, so you're not wrong and I'm not wrong.
No, that's not how it is.
Out of culture thinking that this is where freedom is, but it seems like the payoff we're getting isn't more liberty, it's actually less meaning and less purpose.
Less liberty, less purpose.
Turn the tide, and how do we reshape the landscape?
How do we?
If you actually believe that nobody is wrong, just drive in Bombay for a little while, or Delhi.
Shut the fuck up. Again, you guys hit me up in the comments. Maybe I'm just the only one. I don't go around saying there. What is it? There is no absolute truth. There is. That's what a fuckface ranger, right? And my voice just cracked like a 13-year-old whose balls just dropped. At the beginning of his fuckface, I don't have enough faith to be a fucking atheist. Just shut the fuck up. That's how he starts out his podcast. So when someone says there is no truth, ask them, is that true? Who goes around saying that there's no truth? Again, these fuckers are having these make-believe fucking arguments. Right? Again, maybe I can just speak for myself, which I always do. I don't go around saying that there is no truth. What the fuck? You just roll the tape.
And you'll find out when people...
All right, y'all, my food just got here. I'm hungry as a bitch, so let me go get my food.
On the left, in India, we drive in the shade. Wherever you want to drive, you drive. And people driving on any side of the car. Yeah, they think the red light is Christmas time again or something like that. How do you live without laws? How do you live without rules?
Pause the tape. Again, maybe I'm a little bit lost because I don't play the game. How are we now at the conversation piece of how do you live without laws? Did I miss something? Shut the fuck up. Roll the tape.
You actually paid the price very, very dearly. What is an absolute? An absolute is a point of reference. You gauge.
Oh, yeah. Y'all remember that shit? Can you dig it, sucker? Oh, yeah. This shit's fucking hard. Oh, shit. That's so good. Motherfuckers! We about to take this shit over. I need more belts. I need more titles. I need more gold around my waist. I need more fights. They won't come after the United States Championship. I'm not getting enough action. I'm not getting in the ring enough. I'm not having to work out in the gym enough. I'm not getting it. I'm not getting enough action, guys. So I gotta get up in here with my man. Big Dang Flying Way! I'm ready to get these tag titles, man.
Bruh, tell me.
Bro, they don't know.
You didn't just say that. Bro, this is fire. That song is so good. It's timeless. It's one of the best. Yeah, that's the Harlem Heat music. That's one of the best intros ever, bro. Appreciate it.
Yeah, bro. It was time to get real when Harlem Heat came in, and they matches was like that too. They was what?
They was like the Usos back then.
They was just beating people up.
Yeah.
With
honestly,
Sherry.
Yeah. With Sherry. Honestly, a good equivalent to modern day. Like if they grew up, if you took Harlem Heat and put them in today's game, they would be like what's your boy's name with the drinks on Monday Night Raw? You know, Bianca Belair's husband.
The Street Profits.
They'd be the Street Profits because the Street Profits fight just like Harlem Heat. It's awesome.
Yeah, it's great.
I love watching wrestling repeat itself every 25 years.
Seriously. They're so good, the Street Profits, though. I was worried they was going to break them up. That's not a good move. I don't think so.
Not since the New Day. The New Day was like, that's our one thing. We never gonna break up ever. We'll live and by that by this gimmick. But you know, we're also gonna sell all the merch in the world. There's no reason to ever break us up.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah. All right. I gotta leave you with this Uncle Bobby real quick so I could go make some food, and then we'll kick it. Hang on. Let me share the screen real quick.
Yeah. I came on because I gotta explain this list, this nerdy ass list.
Oh yeah. Can I go get my food or first? Or are you in a rush?
Nah, go for it.
All right. Appreciate you. But yeah, let me add this back there.
Mm-hmm.
Boom. There we go.
Bobby. A certain position of right.
All right, I'll be right back, bro.
Anybody who believes there is no absolute right or absolute wrong also has to believe that if you want to take a wild swing at them in the process, that you were well within your rights.
Pause it, Tate. I hate that fucking argument. This is why I don't do this game. Right? Is it absolutely wrong for someone to hit you in your face? I don't care. Again, subjective truth, relative truth, absolute. I don't care. I do not care. Because all the hype, all the mumbo jumbo, all the Christian apologetics, all the word games, all the intellectual acrobat, I don't care. If you take a swing at me, it doesn't matter whether it's objective or subjective. You know what's going to happen? I'm going to defend myself. Now, gang, I'll never sit here and tell you I'm the world's most phenomenal fighter. I'm good at it, but I'm not going to tell you I'm the best. Probably not my best character trait. I've said it before. I don't enjoy zero. I don't like pain. I'm just not afraid of it. So, if you want to test your fucked up ass theory, is it absolutely wrong if I take a swing at you? I can't stop you from thinking it. And if I'm not aware you're going to do it, I can't even stop you from doing it. Just like you can't stop me from defending myself. So again, is it absolutely wrong that, someone takes a swing at you? I don't care. All I know is that you just took a swing at me and you threatened my safety. So if you want to sit there and jerk off about, well, if there is no God, what's wrong? I don't care. If you try to hurt me or someone I care about, I'm going to hurt you back. So stay over there in your fucked up ass little circles, jerk off all over yourself and say, I stumped the atheist. He won't admit that hitting him is absolutely wrong. They're like, you know what? I noticed how you didn't do it. Please notice how you did not do it. You may have won a word game, but you're not that fucking stupid. Right? Keep your fucking hands to yourself. Roll the tape.
Be doing that. It's simply not true. 2 weeks ago, I was speaking at Angola prison. Nearly 6,000 prisoners, 85% of that.
Pause the tape. You know where Angola is? Louisiana. My cousin used to be one of the counselors there. That place ain't no joke, gang. Roll the tape.
On life without parole. I'll show you a picture later on if we have access to that in our conversation. 85% of them on life without parole. Most of them with some pretty dastardly deeds to their name. We walked through death row and looked behind the bars. I don't know if you've ever been there, Louis, and just seen them. And as I was talking to one man and praying with him, suddenly there comes bellowing from the halls, 3 or 4 enclosures next to us. There's no privacy there. Tiny little room with a toilet, with a table, with a bed. Comes belting.
Pause the tape, gang. I'm really interested on where this story is going. And I'm going to tell you, I don't think I'm going to like the bottom line. Roll the tape.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I finished praying and walked over a few paces, and there was this man singing to his heart's content with his eyes closed. And I walked over to him and I saw crosses all over his bed. And I said, "You're making those." And he took one of them and gave it to me. He makes this all day long. And what he said to me was, "Sir, if you knew the man I was, And the horrible deed for which I'm here now, spending already 20 years waiting for my execution, you'd be more amazed than just standing here and looking at this cross as to what Christ has done in my life. He didn't believe in any absolutes, and now he finds out the absoluteness of the law works, and only the grace of Christ set him free to be able to live and breathe.
Gang, pause the tape.
We did pause the tape.
I am appalled and fucking offended. Gang, let me tell you something. Like I said, I know about Angola. You don't get there for traffic tickets, okay? Did you hear the fuck faces in the crowd sitting there applauding that fucked up ass punchline of that fucked up ass story? Again, if you went to Angola and you're sitting there on death row, which I'm not a death row advocate, by the way, but hey, fuck it. You did something real fucked up. And fuckface Ravi Zacharias, the positive part of the story is that this fucking criminal found out about absolute truth and the healing powers of Jesus Christ. And people applauded that. You know what you're leaving out? Again, it's like masturbation. You feel good when it's all said and done with, but the people that criminal left behind with emotional scars that will never heal, they got nothing out of it. So the applaud line is because this dude did something real fucked up, but he now knows that there's absolute truth and that Jesus is his savior. Christians, again, this is why it is. I want you guys to listen. You shut the fuck up. Never mind. I'm not even going to speculate on what that man did to get on death row in Angola. But I can promise you that there are many people who will never emotionally recover from what he did. But the good news is he now knows about absolute truth. Holy shit, you guys are desperate to be the last person standing in a debate. Oh, gang, the next one's going to be all kinds of fucked up. Another one from fuckface Ravi Zacharias. And this one is entitled, If God exists, why doesn't he, capital H of course, why doesn't he stop rapists from raping? Now, gang, this is what I guarantee. Before I even hit play on this fucked up ass tape, this is what he's going to say. If God is to stop evil, why won't he start with you? Now, gang, I can only speak for myself. Uncle Bobby has got a laundry list of character flaws. I am far from perfect. But none of my fucking flaws put me on the same plane as a fucking rapist. Please go fuck yourself. And again, this is why I want, as I just talked snot, this is why I want a Christian to listen to this. Your negative view on yourself, on humanity, again, and I've had Christians tell me, right? I looked at an object that I can't afford. Therefore, what was that? Covetousness or whatever the fuck. I'm a guilty sinner, Robert. I deserve death. It's like, bitch, if you sat there and you saw a purse that you can't, because that was the object. If you saw a purse that you can't afford, therefore, you're just as much of a guilty sinner as the murderer, the rapist, or according to Christianity, the homosexual. I got nothing for that. But again, I can all but guarantee this is where he's going to go with it. If God stops evil, why won't he start with you? Just shut the fuck up. Let's see if my iPad's kicking in yet. Wait for it. Roll the tape.
This
Roll it.
is for Rabbi.
Oh my goodness, I
you
can't use
mentioned
this.
the story of that, I think you said he was Jewish and he was shot by, at that, I think it was a concentration camp or something like that. And I'm going to play the devil's advocate for a bit and pretend I'm Sam Harris. No pun intended, of course. You stated that God was watching. God watched the gentleman pull the trigger. If God was watching, why didn't he make that trigger not work? Why didn't he make that poor individual just pass out while he was digging the grave? I believe Sam Harris would ask that type of question and demand an answer.
Yes, I appreciate that question. Playing the devil's advocate, you said that why didn't God keep the man from pulling the trigger rather than allowing the man to pull the trigger and then watch over him and bringing about some kind of judgment? I would say this to you, that the supreme ethic that God has given to us is the ethic of love. It is the peak of all intellectual and emotional.
Pause the tape. What? Shut the fuck up. Answer the goddamn question. God has given us the supreme ethic of love. What the fuck does that have to do with the goddamn... Again, this is typical fucking Ravi fuckface Zacharias. By the time he circles back to answer this fucking question, it's going to be so mutated, we won't be able to recognize it. Roll the fucked up ass tape.
Alignment. This thing we call love, which places value upon the other person of worth and as something to be protected. It was interesting, of all people, it was Oscar Wilde who on his deathbed in his 40s, by his lover by his side, Robbie Ross, he turned to Robbie and he said, "Did you love any one of those little boys?"
Pause the tape. What the fuck has that got to do with the goddamn question, Robbie fuckface Zacharias? What did I tell you guys? This fucker is going to go all the way over there to not even come back to halfway to this man's fucking question. Gang, if this is not the picture perfect fucking example of fuckface Christian apologetics, I don't know what is. Now we're talking about the love of little boys. The original question was killing someone and putting their body in a fucking unmarked grave. Now we're talking about loving little boys. Roll this fucked up ass tape.
For their own sake. It was an incredible question to ask by a man who was a hedonist on his deathbed in his 40s. And he said, "Robbie, did you ever love any one of those little boys for their own sake?" And Robbie Ross said, "No, I can't say I did." He said, "Bring me a minister. Bring me a minister." And it was in his magnificent poem, The Ballad of Reading Gaol, that Oscar Wilde said, "Only Christ was big enough to cleanse."
Pause the tape. What in the actual fuck does Oscar Wilde have to do with this fucking question, gang? Seriously. Again, Christian apologetics only works in this fucking realm. No. Again, I have used this example before. If you go to your financial advisor to find out that 90% of your money is gone and your monkey ass is 63 years old, you can't recover that, and you're like, what in the fuck did you do with my life savings? Steel belted radial tires are the best kind of tires when you want to go mudding. Now, what you don't seem to understand is orange juice makes my tummy a little bit upset. I've got a micro penis and I like the fucking Washington Commanders football team. You're gonna be like, what the fuck does it got to do with my goddamn money?
I thought he had a stroke.
We are almost 3 minutes in and he has yet to touch the actual fucking topic. We're not making it through this, gang. Roll the tape.
His heart and forgive him for all that he had done. The point even the hedonist realized was that in pleasure also, value and love are the supreme ethics that can be treasured. But you can never have love without intrinsically weaving into it the freedom of the will. You cannot have love.
Pause the tape. If this fucker's getting ready to say free will is the reason why that execution took place, and I guess I don't know. I don't know. I'm still waiting for this fuckface to even take a swing at the actual pitch that was thrown right down the fucking pipes. Roll the tape.
Without the freedom of the will. If you are compelled by some machine to a certain decision, you can never love. You can comply, but you will never be choosing to express that sentiment and the reality of love. If love is the supreme ethic, and freedom is indispensable to love, and God's...
Pause the tape in the tape. That's just frustrating. We're 3.5 minutes in to the fucking question. I don't even give a fuck what mutated ass answer he's going to give. I don't care. That man asked a question that was legit. We heard about loving little boys and Oscar Wilde. He never... Shut the fuck up. Again, gang, that is Christian Apologetics 101 right there. And again, Christians, this is why I want you guys to listen to again, gang, to all my non-believing family members. That's why I continue to ask you to like the things, subscribe to the things, share the things, comment on the things. Let's get this shit out there. Christians, this is why the God that I don't believe in made atheist. Ask a very simple question. It's going to take that fucker over 6 minutes to not answer it. That's all the way back to me in the 3rd grade. What did Noah do with all the poop? The teacher kept giving me bullshit ass answers. So I kept asking questions. And instead of answering the question, or at least saying, you know what, Chris, we just don't know. Told me I was going to go to hell. Told me I'll never see my mom ever again. And then she kicked me out. And you wonder why there's non-believers out there. And no fuck faces, I'm not mad, but shut the fuck up. My point is, when I ask a question and I get doo-doo ass answers, no, I don't have to have faith. I'm going to tell you that your belief system blows. And I'm just not picking up what you're putting down. Now, gang, the next one up is guaranteed to make me...
yeah, they do.
There we go.
All right. Wayne. All right, what the fuck is up? We don't got to watch that. What's going on?
What's up? What's up? What's up?
So what was your comment?
All right, so YouTube Punk, he put a meme into the chat where the meme puts people, like put pro wrestlers onto like a Dungeons and Dragons alignment chart. Do you know anything about the sentence I just said?
Pro wrestlers.
All right. So check it out. Dungeons and Dragons, a tabletop game. Back in the day, it had it still has a whole bunch of systems in place, but one of those systems was a moral alignment chart. And the moral alignment chart was important to the core of the game, but people didn't like it because it also meant that certain creatures and races were inherently good or inherently evil.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah, so we threw that away like 2 editions ago, but the meme stuck around. And now there's 9 spots in the alignment chart. They're based on the axis of good, evil, lawful, and chaotic.
Okay.
And there's certain wrestlers that fit each spot in the alignment chart. So what I was saying, in my chart,
all right, all right.
We're going to start at the top left, and we're going to go all the way down to the right.
All right.
So it's a 3x3 grid. In the top left, you got lawful good. And those are... The idea behind lawful good is, you try to do the best thing that you can within the means of the law. That's John Cena to me. You know what I mean? Shows up, does the damn job, tries to be the best version of himself. It is like never really a bad guy. Like when he was a bad guy, but like that's not the Cena people remember.
When was when you mean when he started or like early on or whatever?
Yeah, when he was spitting bars, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
When he was spitting bars.
Plus he was still old. He was still over.
Yeah, exactly. He was still over. Everybody you had an opinion about Cena. That was the point, and most people still liked him. Kids fucking love Cena.
That's always been
He is the most Make-A-Wish?
He's a good rapper. He's the most Make-A-Wish. What you laughing at for? I like John Cena's rapping.
Nah, he's good. Let me tell you,
he's
man. I want to replace the national anthem with "My Time Is Now" with his theme song.
It would be good. It's better than what we got. Yeah.
Right. Have you? I mean, for anybody who don't know, the national anthem. Look at the third verse. It's horrible. But let's move on with this alignment chart. Then you got neutral good, and that person is a person that tries to do the best thing no matter what at all times. You know what I mean? For him, for themselves, and for people around them.
Sure.
And the embodiment of that is Ricky Steamboat. Never been healed one time.
Yes.
Always ran out to help the good guys. You know what I mean?
Yes.
He's the man. And then you have chaotic good. And that's the person who tries to do the most good that they can, but don't give a shit about the rules. And for me, that's Sting. Always chasing the belt, up in the rafters. He'll pop out from anywhere. He'll beat up all the bad guys. He'll do whatever it takes to restore order. And that's like a chaotic mindset. You dig what I'm saying?
Okay, chaotic good guy. Okay, I like a Randy Savage in there too.
Randy Savage, exactly. Like he can't be a heel. Even when he does scummy things, we're like, why Randy for like a week, but then we're back to cheering him. So good.
But I would think especially when he was a good guy. I'm thinking a good guy Randy was the but yeah, he as an overall, he wasn't always a good guy. But yeah, you're right. Right. So you're going with somebody who's just always been a babyface pure archetype. Got you. Right, because they got to be inherently or whatever. Yeah, I got you.
Right. This is about
this is inherently. Yeah. All right, I got you.
And then you got the next tier down, which is the neutral tier, and you start at lawful neutral. And lawful neutral is someone who they keep the word of the law no matter what. You know what I mean? They're not a good guy. They're a bad guy, but they respect.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And for me, that's Undertaker.
Yep. That's what I was thinking. Yeah. Yep.
Exactly. And then you got true neutral, where they don't. This is a person or character. They don't particularly care one way or another, but it's because they're too busy normally following a particular pursuit or a craft. And a person that comes to mind like that is either Bret Hart or Bryan Danielson, because, like, cheer them because they're great, but they don't really care. They're too busy out there putting on a damn show.
Yeah,
they're too busy working. AJ Styles, you know what I mean? He's a good guy, but he was a bad guy for a long time too.
And he's a Trump retard, but I don't even care, AJ. Just put the belt on him. Just put the belt on him. I don't want to talk about it.
What's it? Gainesville, baby. That's all I'm saying. Gainesville. Did you ever see him? Have you seen the meme about AJ Styles? Him getting mad at Shinsuke Nakamura because he get mad at Daniel Bryan because he called him out about the flat earth shit.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, it was during like the Talking Smack thing that they would do after SmackDown back in the day. And like they were going back and forth. On Talking Smack, that was like the only time, Vince would allow motherfuckers to be themselves, and it was like off the air. You know what I mean?
Right.
But man, Daniel Bryan was just talking all sorts of shit. And AJ was saying wild stuff, and then he hit him with the real shit. He was like, "Hey, don't you believe the earth is flat?"
I did. I think I saw that. I didn't realize it was like a meme, but yes. And he's done a bunch of rants, AJ, on like Twitch and stuff.
Oh, word?
Yeah,
I believe it.
Yeah, because he like had a stream or whatever.
This is why I don't want to know anybody's politics, because when you're put on the spot and you don't.
Yeah, same thing. I didn't want to know about the Young Bucks, but fucking Cornette ruined it for me.
They're all like that, yeah. But
yeah, this is the thing he sent me for reference. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
So this is the alignment chart, and normally people meme it up and they put like all sorts of different individuals, real life and fantasy, in the chart.
Sure.
Yeah. All right. So we're at chaotic neutral, right? And this is where you come in, because a chaotic neutral person, their alignment normally means I'm going to do what's best for me, and I don't give a shit about anything else. If I'm cool with you, cool. If we ain't cool, go fuck yourself. HBK.
Yep.
That's what I think of.
Yes.
100%.
Yeah, 100%. The Click, it's the Click, and that's it.
Right. And I would say Hogan after 1995 would also be in there because like the NWO stuff and all that, but like he really did. He was always in the business for himself, but he made it a part of his character to be in business for himself.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, and you put Stone Cold. You find with Stone Cold there too as a chaotic neutral.
No, not at all. He's in another spot. And
Okay, I got you. Great. Okay.
All right, so now we go down to the evil line of the chart.
Yeah.
And you have lawful evil. And my lawful evil is Brock Lesnar. And I'm going to tell you why. Everybody thinks he's this big gorilla, silverback demon of strength, which he absolutely is. But he's the ultimate prize fighter. He is all about contracts. You got to make a deal with him in order for him to unleash his pain in general. If he's not in a bad mood, you know what I mean?
Right.
That's his whole character. Like, he got paid $1 million a fucking show. Like, that's crazy.
Right. Right.
Yeah. Now, neutral evil is a person who's the light chaotic neutral, where they'll do whatever for themselves, but they don't necessarily care about being good. They never gave a shit about being, they never really give a shit about it. And Stone Cold embodies that.
Wait, why are they evil?
They're evil because on this alignment chart, evil means you're putting personal gain above others, basically. That's what evil means.
Oh, so good and evil is almost like altruism versus selfishness.
Exactly.
And so a chaotic neutral is neutral. He's not selfish or altruistic. He's
right.
Okay, but he's not. But a true neutral is neutral with regard to selfish versus unselfish, but then also lawful versus chaotic.
Yeah, they generally follow the rules or follow laws, but they're not going out of their way to try and break anything. But if they have to break a law in order to accomplish their goal, so be it. You know? Got
you. Yeah. Oh, he's got to be willing. I see. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And Stone Cold ain't gonna follow no fucking laws at all. He don't give a shit, and he has never been a face for more than like a week in his entire career. Like, motherfuckers think just because he got the crowd interacting with him and they're all laughing and shit, or he comes out and helps a good guy once or twice. He was always in pursuit of the belt. He was always about putting himself over in the ring. Like, he never gave a fuck about being good. You cheered that, and you cheered it because he fought Vince, and Vince is in the last spot. He's chaotic evil to me. He's the most evil character in wrestling history. He doesn't give a shit about rules and whatever. He just happens to be on the top because of his disregard of norms. You know what I mean? And
he's the emperor of chaos. He didn't care about shit. He said, I will go at the syndicate myself.
Exactly.
Myself. Yeah, the whole syndicate. Take the whole commission, tell them to go fuck themselves.
Go fuck yourselves. I'm going to make myself the biggest thing in the world, and by happenstance also make wrestling, one of the biggest things.
Hey Karen, you like being on TV? Too bad. You go to renew your TV contract. I already did that. Sorry, they already took you. Yeah, sorry, I took your TV slot.
Exactly.
Do something about it. The ink is dry. What you mad? The ink's dry. What you mad about?
Right. Oh, you don't want to. You don't want to give up your best wrestlers to my particular promotion. You want to keep them local. Okay, I'm just gonna buy the TV slots where you would be showing on local TV every week. Like, that's Vince.
That's me.
He's using the law, but in his heart of hearts, it's like Caligula. You know what I mean? The McMahon, the character's mansion is he's Caligula. So that's why he's chaotic evil. Brock is not neutral. Brock is lawful evil because he is contract based, and in like D&D terms, he would be considered a devil. Like, the difference between demons and devils in old D&D is one of them wants souls, but they're willing to do it through contracts and try and like trip you up through lawful means to do it. The other one don't give a shit and is just running in, just ripping, tearing, Nash, and don't give a shit. That's
right.
That's law versus chaos. So Brock, even though he embodies all of that, he does that so that he can continue to get paid and fulfill these contracts.
Right. Kevin Owens almost had a thing like that at one point too.
Yeah, he's like lawful evil. I mean, he's straight. Kevin Owens, the character, is a straight up sociopath. Like, he can't keep a friend for more than 2 weeks. His best friend, he has like one of the bloodiest histories in wrestling with, Sami Zayn.
Yeah.
And he's like, he calls himself a prize fighter. Anyone who's a prize fighter is lawful. They're trying to make money without stealing it, essentially.
Right. Yeah.
So yeah, that's my alignment chart, and that's where I have those motherfuckers at. So Stone Cold is neutral evil because he never cared about doing the right thing.
Right.
You know what I mean?
At all.
When you running around like scaring the shit out of the McMahons with all these like props and shit before you blow up the DX bus, you don't care about the right thing.
Right.
That's it. Yeah. So that's it. That's my whole rant. End of rant.
I like it. And you have Bret Hart as a lawful neutral.
Yeah, because he's about the craft. He doesn't particularly care about anything else. He's about the craft. And when he went after motherfuckers,
where do you put Arn Anderson?
Ooh. Lawful neutral or lawful evil? Especially since he was talking about pulling up the piece, man. That promo was crazy.
Oh yeah.
When he cut it on Cody, he was like, "You don't want to protect your family. You see, I'm the type of guy when I need to protect my family." And then he like pretends to reach in his back pocket. I'm the one who pulls out the piece on you. Like, I was like, "Oh, okay."
Yeah. So it's interesting that because they had him as a true neutral.
Mm-hmm. True neutral.
You don't jump a dog in his own backyard, and you don't mess with family.
Yeah, I can see him as that with true neutral tendencies, absolutely. But because he's in the Four Horsemen, I got to put him as.
That's right. You got it. Okay, so let's talk about something.
Yeah.
Gotta let this fuckface dog out at some point. Like the Roman Reigns match did everything to me.
How so?
Because somebody got to take it off him eventually.
Mm-hmm.
But no time soon in my mind. No time soon.
No.
Bruno
Sammartino.
Bruno Sammartino. And there's no way Drew McIntyre's the guy.
What do you mean?
There's no way.
What are you talking about?
There's no way.
How is he not the guy?
Not right now.
What else does he have to do? He beat Brock Lesnar at fucking Mania. Like, what else does this dude have to do?
You want to know what it is?
What?
It's the universe.
What do you mean?
I just don't. They didn't give it to him when he was the guy. They
like him more now. They like him in the chase.
Yes, he's the chaser right now. I'm not saying. I think. Let me put it to you this way.
Mm-hmm.
When I saw him on the Indies, I said they should bring him back and put the belt. I thought when I seen him on the Indies, because I seen the transformation and he was doing the top dog deal. I said, no, he's ready.
You know what he looked like on the Indies? Inside the ring in the Indies, he looked like that. When you go to like a restaurant, especially like a really shitty restaurant, and the server is like a 9 out of 10, a 10 out of 10, just crazy fine, and you just like, what the hell are you doing here? Like,
that's what it was. It was next level.
That's what it was.
Yeah, it was crazy. And then he went international. He went all over. I mean, he made himself a legit world champion to come back, right, with the whole thing. Yeah. And then he had the belt during the pandemic and shit. So I think he could be the guy, just not to the point of interrupting what we got with Roman right now. That's just.
Yeah, no one's the guy for this for like another year.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. And then we got to talk. Is it Cody? Is it Braun? Is it like it's got to be long term?
You mean New Kane? Braun?
Yeah,
New
it's got to be long term. It's got to be something because you can't just put Roman on a transitional good guy or let's try Drew tonight and it can't be that, right? It's got to be This is it, right?
Okay. I'll give it to Drew, but I'll have him run through every big guy that they have. Like him versus Braun, make some sort of crazy stipulation. Make him overcome Bray Wyatt when he comes back. If Bray has superpowers still, make him overcome superpower shit. And then like just have him just
I'm gonna give you several things you're not gonna like.
Go ahead.
I don't mind Drew at all. I don't mind him at all, especially not. I think they just got to push him more. I think have him headline a couple more of these international things, make it big, like go to international route, like make it big. You see what I'm saying? And tie it to the whole NXT Europe push, like that or something. Like make it. You see what I'm saying? Like, and like let's make it the world champion, right? Type of deal, right? And
I can do this.
Go ahead.
I can do this real quick for you. Have your boy beat The Rock. Have Drew McIntyre beat The Rock at Survivor Series or Royal Rumble.
Drew beats The Rock? I want Roman over The Rock, but go ahead.
But here's the thing. They have a crazy hard-fought match, and The Rock cuts a huge-ass promo about how he's actually the head of the table. But for whatever reason, some storyline reason, he's not going to fight Roman right now, right? So then Drew just comes out and is like, I'll fight you. And then people get behind that energy of I'll fight you. You know what I mean? That Moxley type shit. Yeah. And he puts on a crazy, like, 12-minute match with The Rock. Rock ends up tearing things like he always does and has to go sit down for a while. And then Drew has all this energy going into Mania, and then he takes the belt off of Roman at Mania. That's what I think.
I don't mind that, but I'll just give you a couple other options. I don't mind it being your guy, Gunther
taking it off of Roman? Are you serious?
I don't know if he takes it off of Roman, but I think Gunther could be, yes. Because again, I think here's why. Because he could be the international. Again, it's got to be, I'm not saying I want him to be. What I'm saying is if you give me another year, if you give me he's now the legit IC championship, right? And he's been making that shit matter, right?
I got a question.
Go ahead.
Gunther is the type of person where in his wrestling style, you have to legitimately sacrifice someone's body to him. Who do you sacrifice to Gunther en route to his fight with Roman?
Brock Lesnar.
Woo!
Because it's a legit dog fight, and Brock's gonna throw him around. You're gonna see Gunther finally thrown around, and he's still gonna chop him.
This is so funny because I believe you 100%. But I'm saying Drew already did this shit at the biggest stage.
He did.
During the COVID age when no one else could celebrate that shit.
He did. That was part of it too. It was almost a dark match when he did the shit. Which is awful. It's not his fault. It's like a Sean thing. It was the right thing. And I'm gonna be honest with you, it felt good at home. It really did. It just was what we needed at that time, right? It was where we was at.
Right.
It was where we was at. Yeah. And but here's another thing though. I'm going you a couple wild cards. Gunther was a wild card. I knew he's your guy. I knew you wasn't going to be ready for it, but I knew that's your guy, so you're going to have to think about it. And I just think because, again, it would be like a total changing of the guard moment. Like, to me, we've never really had like a world champion that feels like he going to mess somebody up, that ain't from America, that ain't about the American audience, that gets, they like when he goes international, it's like they singing his praises, but then the Americans like, no, really, it's like real tension over this thing, right?
Gunther's evil because he's like a big bad. But first off, if we're gonna be talking about him, you gotta put my painting up that I just did because I really want to explain people to this. I got a sequence of pictures on that link I just sent you in the chat.
All right, look, let me take this fuckface dog out. This fuckface dog is making me nervous. All right, and then I'm gonna put Uncle Bobby back on for. Well, no. Let me
put Uncle Bobby on for a hot second. It's cool.
All right. I'm gonna be right back.
Roll the tape.
Start living your life. Roll this fucked up ass tape.
You're excited to die? How do you think you'll die?
Happy.
Happy? Yeah. Let's say you're in a car accident and you're stuck in between an 18-wheeler and stuck under a car for an hour before they can get you out, and you die in the car. You're not going to be happy.
Again, pause the tape. What if Ronnie lives to see 100? And whatever Ronnie's idea of happiness is, let's say he lives that life. Let's say Ronnie's dream is to marry this really cute guy, get this, magnificent house. They adopt some children. They go on vacation. They get to watch their kids grow up. What if that's his dream? What if that is what makes him happy? Why not ask him about that? No. You can't do that, can you? Because you got to sit here and focus on death. Roll this fucked up ass tape.
Happy? Well, it's going to be painful, but I know I'm going to enjoy my life while I had it, and you got to find heaven on earth before you start looking to the afterlife, because it's all just fairy tales until it actually happens, wouldn't you say?
All right, I think I'm gonna feed this fuck and then I'll do it. But I gotta see if he'll stay there. But all right, but look, here's a couple more because I'm just getting names out there. I ain't really got to what I really want yet. All right, so look, I'm putting Braun Breaker out there because it could be a build long. I just want the belt on Roman as long as possible. So I'm willing to go like 2 years or something and make it, because again, it's just got to be like a transformational thing to me. I'm not even saying I think Braun is ready. I'm just saying if that's where they trying to go with him, because again, like I want him to stay where he's at for a while. You see what I'm saying? So it could be a really next level thing.
Can I throw a crazy one at you?
Yeah.
What about in 2 years? Hear me out. In 2 years, right? Sami Zayn. Sami Zayn has been on the outside looking.
I'm not opposed to it. I'm not even opposed to it. I'm not even opposed to it because he gives me like somewhere between like a Flair, Sean, Brett guy.
His work rate is
his work is insane, right? He's desperately greedy, right? He's he's maniacal, right? He'll align with whoever, suck whoever off. You know, he could start up a cult of strongman followers in 30 seconds. Yeah. You know, he could have the whole NXT roster just charge the ring on his behalf because he asked them to or something. Right. Like, you know, it's just and so it could be the ultimate smoke and mirrors reign. Mm-hmm. And come out the end of like betrayal. You know, he could legit like keep the belt. He could keep the he could win the Money in the Bank ladder for him and keep it for a year. Right? Because he said he would win it and then not turn it in.
Oh, no. Check me out. He wins it, but he doesn't turn it in. He does not turn it in, right? The day comes where he's supposed, the very last night, right?
Yeah.
He doesn't do it. He actually gives the briefcase back to like whoever the authority figure is. But Roman has a match that night against Kevin Owens, and Kevin Owens becomes a transitional champion. That's what I want. I want Sami Zayn, after helping Roman Reigns secure his legacy for like 2 fucking years, because now he's on the team with the Usos. He actually gets to hang out around the ring with them now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I want him. He's been lying, cheating, stealing for Roman forever, and then at the final moment, the only way to beat Roman is to cheat. So he does some fuckery that allows Kevin Owens to win and finally get the belt. And then they have a feud, but then, you know, Roman and all the Samoans are always, you know, stalking them the whole time. That's what I want.
That's I like that. I like that. All right, so here's a couple other wild cards. There's somebody who I think is overlooked in all of this, who really shouldn't. Seth Rollins.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, it'll always work. It'll always work. It'll always work.
He stole it from him already.
If he goes away long enough, actually Brock Lesnar. I know people hate it, but their last match actually smashed everything. And the thing that people don't understand is Brock Lesnar is a once-in-a-lifetime talent. There's one Brock Lesnar. I don't care who's the next Brock Lesnar is. I might not be alive to see him.
Yeah.
So
You ever watch Sin City or read the comic books? Sin City, the black and white joint from Robert Rodriguez back in the day. Action flicks.
Oh no, Sin City. Yes, I know what you're talking. I've seen the movie.
Yeah. So you remember the what was his name? It started with an M. Marv. It was Marv.
Right.
And Marv, the big dude who was trying to figure out what happened when the prostitute he liked was murdered.
Right.
There's a quote in there about him where like he was born in the wrong age. Like this motherfucker would be just at home on a Roman battlefield or like in a fucking cave 1,000,000 years ago. You know what I mean? And Brock Lesnar is cut from that same fucking cloth.
Absolutely.
Once in a lifetime,
Mountain
absolute
man.
beast. Can kill 99.999% of the people
Alive.
in any room that he walks in. Like if anybody watches Baki Hama, he's like Baki's dad. Like he is Baki's dad in real life.
I mean, I feel like I don't want to give Corey Graves credit for it because I've been saying it, but he's the alpha male of the species. I mean, that's just what it is. It's just perfectly sums it up. You know?
Right. And I'm not saying that as a homer just because I live in the same spot.
No, it just is what it is. It just is what it is. Yeah.
Did you see?
I told you I sold it when he came out, bro. When he came out in the arena, I hit. I was like, nope, I ain't taking no. I was William Lane Craig. I lowered my epistemic bar that Brock Lesnar might choose me out of the 50,000 people there, whatever that night. I didn't. If there was a 1 in 50,000 chance that Brock Lesnar changed his mind and decided he wanted to whoop my ass tonight, I was out. I was going to make sure he was safely in the ring with a professional wrestler between me and him at all times.
and I have to say this again for people that don't think that he is what he is. This is my favorite stat in the world about Brock. My favorite factoid. This motherfucker got into a car accident early in a week. Like a motorcycle accident. He fucked up his rib cage. He had I think a couple of broken bones. He definitely had muscle damage like all over his midsection, right? And this motherfucker went to an NFL training camp later that week and basically made the team, but they decided against it at the last second because they knew he would have to sit out to heal up because of the motorcycle accident.
Yeah, he was just a freak of nature. I mean,
that's a freak of nature.
Yeah, just the freight train of a human being.
Exactly.
And so it's cool. And you know what else he could do this time?
What's up?
You ready for this?
What? I'm ready.
He brings back Heyman. But they ain't ready for this one. He brings back Sable.
Sable?
Yeah, she's tired of the young ones, and she's ready. She's on the money now. This is they run. Now she's coming out. Yeah, so now she's doing the Foxy stuff, and yeah, we get like a Sherry Martel type of later career Sable.
Bro.
Why not? Come on,
but
dog.
If you don't get out of here with that Jim Cornette old man booking, bro.
Hey, that's how I like it, baby. I'm with the formula with hey, when I cash the check, I cash the check. I say, hey, let's do this next week.
Nah.
But look, I'm like, it's money, right? It's just it's gonna pop them. She knows how to work, right? The whole nine. I mean, again, I'm doing certain things where it's like their names, their talents. It's what Vince, you put on shows for wrestling fans, right? Like, all right, but who I really want to do it is Cody. I mean, obviously, I think Cody should be the guy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think
Cody would be the guy. That was his legacy. It would be great, but I don't want Cody to do it because Cody, it's not personal enough. Cody needs to take the belt from somebody that is personally attacking the Rhodes legacy.
No, it has to be. I mean, I think that could be Roman. I think Cody. The reason I like Cody doing is because of that. I think they can make it about the belts and the ruling family.
Right. Well, the thing I love about pro wrestling above all else is like if you cut a fire promo, the story can be anything the next week. So
yeah, but I think that's the story. I think the story is the bloodline is just saying, no, we're the top family, we're the NOI family, blah 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 blah, and Cody says there's only one way that this ever gets settled. Right? I take it from you, and nobody's talking about the NOI family's greater than the Rhodes family.
Bloodline,
especially if Roman's beating The Rock on the way to this, and then Cody takes it, because it's got to be something. And then also we get that workhorse, babyface champion. Like we got to get it. We got to give it to a Brett or somebody. I'll tell you another guy who I wouldn't mind seeing doing it if we're gonna really do it. AJ fucking Styles. Let's just give it to the best guy on the roster again, and then have him feud all the super workers and say, yeah, I'm the guy who took it off Roman Reigns. The best fucking worker on the roster. He does the whole nine. He wins the Rumble 1-30 or whatever, 1-40, right? Just do it 1-40. AJ wins it. Because he's believable. The international, he's been held down. Come on, he's
Bullet Club leader.
Yeah,
he's Bullet Club leader. He's an IWGP World Heavyweight Champion. He's won a title in nearly every single promotion that he's ever participated in.
It's believable. He's believable as just the best fucking wrestler in the world.
Right. He was too busy winning titles to know whether or not the Earth is round. I respect
that. Yeah. You know, he didn't want to take geology in Japanese. I get it.
Right. Like TNA as well, like the X Division. He was the X Division, bro. Like he carried that. Him and Samoa Joe carried that shit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They couldn't get in the top because it was like WCW. You know, Kevin Nash, Randy Savage, Steiner, Jeff Jarrett. All those dudes were on top in TNA, but the fan choice. He was the RVD of TNA. Like,
yes. All right, so let me take you through the night. So this is why the match did things to me, because all this is going through my head. And I'm going, this is not the night. Drew's not getting it this night, right? Okay. But the package was legit. And the vibe had me sold. And then the Walter moment and everything had me going, well, then when else are we going to do it?
It's a great time.
When else are we gonna do it? It felt magic, and it felt almost like they were trying to say, we're gonna make these international super shows feel as close to a SummerSlam WrestleMania as we could get it. This felt big. It felt big, right?
It was the opposite of Crown Jewel. Like this.
Yeah,
felt like
it was opposite.
Mattered.
Yeah, it mattered exactly. And so it was like, oh shit. And then I don't watch all the weeklies because it's 1,900 hours of weekly TV.
Right.
So when a nigga comes out without Paul Heyman and the Usos, I'm terrified. Now, I'm already mad because we get to the main event, and I'm like, wait, where are my Usos at? Hang on, we're in the middle of...
I got to do this.
And so the nigga comes out alone, and I'm thinking that's what he's thinking. He's in I got to do this alone mode. Like, I've got to show Drew and all of this. And I'm sitting here like, nope, this is how everything goes wrong. This is how everything goes wrong, Roman. No, so I'm thinking they got the setup perfect because I'm sitting there like, oh, and then they work me, and when they work me on the way down, right? They talking about something. Oh yeah, and the Usos weren't medically cleared to travel after they. I said, oh, go fuck yourselves, WWE. Oh yeah, and Paul Heyman the same to him. What the fuck did y'all put this nigga in the trash dumpster? Like, so I'm like, where the fuck is everybody? Great. Then the crowd is all against Roman, and then he telling them to acknowledge him and shit. I'm just like, oh, he about to get the kick. It's about to be fucking curtains, right?
Right.
And then I was ready for it. It just felt so big. I was ready to do it. And then I hated the shit with Karrion, the NXT dude that was coming back with his girl. I hated that.
You don't like Karrion Kross?
I like Karrion Kross. I just don't like when they do the petty shit in the middle of the biggest moments.
It's not petty. Karrion is Triple H's like he's one of his number one guys, and he's built him up in NXT.
I know, and he brought him back because they dished him. But yeah, I felt what he was doing. I just didn't want him to do it then.
right there, you felt like it was a bit much.
Yeah, I felt like it was a bit much interjecting him in there like that. Like, why he's getting involved in the main, you know, it was just felt a little.
Because he's a main event player, bro.
I got that, but I wasn't with it at the time. And then I'm thinking this is how the fucking bullshit's gonna happen, and then it's gonna feel like Crown Jewel. Right, because we got out here with some dopey ass, the Karrion Kross through it, and now it's Drew and Karrion,
You know what happened?
and I was just like,
You know what happened? Triple H put himself over just like he did back in the day. When you see a good ass match back in the day, you would see like Rock and Stone Cold, or you would see like Taker or somebody, and they're just really going at it, and it's like, God damn, this is amazing. And then all of a sudden, Triple H comes out or DX comes out. You're just like, God damn it, what? It was so good. Why are you here?
Why are you here? Yes.
Triple H just pulled the Triple H move.
It was exactly that. It was exactly that. And then the match got back to the match, and it was epic, right? It was really good. It was really good. I was like, this is really good.
I gotta go back and watch that because I had it on in the background, the last match, but I didn't truly watch it.
Oh, it was really good. And then the ending, that was it. That was the way to do it. It wasn't the way I booked it, right? The way I booked it was like he comes up and he tries to go babyface because he wants to be the good one, and then they try to hold him down, and then eventually The Rock comes to his aid, and then they do the tag thing, and then Roman goes over to Rock, and then he joins the Bloodline. But this was, since I wasn't in the writing room, I'll settle for this.
Mm-hmm.
This was the way to do it because he came out of nowhere. It was the ultimate swerve. It was a huge debut for him. I mean, it was welcome to the main roster, kid. It was that was beautifully done. That was beautifully done. I was like, okay. And I got what I wanted. My man got out here. We got my new guy on. The bloodline so much deeper than you thought.
Mm-hmm.
I just pulled in the next one. It was just next man up. That's it.
Yeah, I would love it if Tamina, not Tamina.
That's what I wanted to. Yeah, get Tamina back. Yeah, I'm with you.
And then Naomi gets in there. She can keep her glow thing, but I would like for her to evolve and become like a tribal glow type of thing. Like figure that out. Like a Moana type aesthetic. Like I hate to be rude like that.
No, I get it. I get it. No, because also like they've got to pull some of these things. You got to get some money out of Tamina. You got to get some money out of Naomi. You know, especially because she's believable as a main eventer. I thought they should have done even more with the main event J thing, but
yeah, she's I think she's won at Mania as well. Like.
Yeah, she's big. She's big.
Naomi.
Yeah, she did. Yeah, she's big. All right, so that was, but yeah, I thought they pulled that off fantastically. I was very, very, very pleased with that. And the ending with Tyson Fury was a little cheeky. Trash. Yeah, but whatever. It was send the Brits home drunk and happy with a song.
That's exactly what that was. I hate Tyson Fury in WWE because he's too goofy for wrestling. He doesn't.
That's actually true. It's actually true. Yeah, it works as a boxer because he's really fighting. He's really knocking everybody out. But in wrestling, it's just Although I gotta admit, I love the bit with what's his face. Austin Theory.
Austin Theory.
I love that moment because it really felt like, they're gonna do this WWE swerve thing with the belt. He's gonna make it a triple threat. And so, I mean, when he came out there, I was ready for the swerve, right? And then when Tyson just stood up and I didn't even see that coming. When he just stood up and knocked him, and then they pulled back, and it was Tyson. I was like, should have.
At first, he stands up because Tyson's like 6'6" or something. And then just sock him. Yeah, everybody believes that. That's great.
Oh, the song by the Hollies. And it was like a crash. Yeah, I don't know. The Hollies song. The Hollies. I'm thinking of the damn Mick Foley song. What's the Crash, the Hollies theme song? It was Hardcore Holly had a Crash Holly. He had a good theme.
It's one of those generic ones that you hear in like
commercials
generic, stuff. I forgot the name of it. But I know exactly what it is. When you hear it, you know it. Yeah. Oh, what else was I gonna say? Yo, Austin Theory, bro. I don't like Austin Theory.
I don't either. But I think that's the thing.
Yes, he needs to become the scummiest motherfucker in the universe, like in character. He needs to become just you gotta hate to see his face. What's his name? He needs to become the Martin Shkreli of the WWE because he has such a good shit-eating grin. He's actually good at wrestling. I hate to admit it, but he has one of the best finishers of the modern era, and it drives me nuts because the shit just looks amazing.
Yeah, it does.
It's some spin cycle type shit.
Yeah,
for anybody.
yeah, it looks great. Yeah,
yeah. But everything about his character, the way he carries himself, he looks like a Wall Street scumbag out there, but like a fit bro who can actually beat your ass. And
you know who he should become?
Who should he become?
Exactly who he is now. He takes on more edge because Vince is gone. So he has to lose the luster because he's not, he's not a Triple H guy.
Mm-hmm.
But then you know who he starts telling us he is?
Who?
He keeps reminding people he's still Vince's guy. Like without saying it. Do you see what I'm saying? Like without saying it?
Say it. I want
say it. Yeah.
He can be a pressure valve.
Because he's like Voldemort at this point, right? Like we ain't supposed to really talk about him, but it's still TV, right? So everybody thinks, well, Vince is still the majority owner. How much is Vince pulling the string? Is Triple H really in charge? And
Vince is gone, but I want him to be like, no, he's not gone.
That's what I'm saying.
Still here. He's still here.
Yeah, he's still, and then he starts bringing out the financials, and he almost becomes like the. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say not the financials. I want him to be like what's the word I'm looking for? Delirious. I want him to be in a skew mental state over this. Like not like he thinks Vince is still there, like an imaginary friend, but like
he can't let go of that. That was his. That was his shot.
He's
that's the chosen one. He was already chosen. Now you can't unchoose. You can't unchoose him now.
Right. If Vince chose me, he built everything here. Quit pretending like he don't exist. All this other stuff.
Yes.
Bro. Oh,
yeah.
Man.
Oh yeah. So then he's his shit-eating grin. He's still Vince. He's a walking. He looks like a human rape ritual.
Takes on. He changes
right. I mean, come on. He looks like every frat bro. Like he's just everything wrong with men, right? He looks like toxic masculinity, right?
I want him to change his middle name to McMahon. I want him to be McMahon. Just complete heel energy. Walks around in the suits when he's not wrestling.
Yeah. And then Triple H has to deal with him because he's in the family, whether he likes it or not. Yeah, I'm not going to. Yeah.
Vince can't be there in the promos for like the holiday parties or whatever when they show it.
Yeah.
But Austin's like his.
And then he starts going here. Well, Hunter, you got a bad ticker, so there needs to be a real next in line.
Right. We all know Stephanie can't handle it.
We all know we all know. We all know there needs to be, and we know Shane ain't coming back. So,
all right, nobody wants Shane back. His idea is crazy. He's like, what's Will Smith's son? What's Will Smith's son?
Oh, Jaden.
Yeah, he's like Jaden Smith. Where like I thought he was cool, but this motherfucker crazy. His ideas are wild. He needs to go over there and stay in China and do like that satellite business or whatever the fuck he's doing. Do that because
speaking of crazy, did CM Punk just CM Punk himself? Did he just pipe bomb?
Yes, he did. He pipe bombed himself.
Wait, I said it to like this. He had in his head, he was like, yeah, man, I'm just gonna drop this pipe bomb real quick and bring this belt here home to my wife. And then they was like, Phil, we gonna need you to leave that before you go.
He dropped a fake pipe bomb. I think it was a fake pipe bomb. He was supposed to say some shit against Hangman Page, but everything before that, he was going too far off the rails.
He was supposed to say some shit about Hangman Page?
I think he was supposed to say something specifically about Hangman Page, but everything else, talking about the other EVPs, all that shit with Colt Cabana, all of that was just him vamping out there, and motherfuckers did not respond to it. It wasn't good. It was too bad.
Yeah.
So yeah, he has to go home, and he made Tony Khan, the owner of the company, kind of look like a bitch because Tony just
sat there.
But Tony did the correct thing when it comes to PR.
Oh, of course.
He clammed up because legal accusations were being thrown about, and he shut the fuck up. That's what you're supposed to do.
Absolutely.
But it doesn't look manly. That's the issue.
Right.
So to save face, and because shit got out of hand in the back with the locker room stuff.
And that was after, right?
Yeah. CM Punk heard some bullshit beforehand, right after his match. And then he came on there talking a whole bunch of shit. And then the shit that he talked escalated in the back after he left while the scrum was still going on. You dig what I'm saying?
Right.
And the thing was, like, you were supposed to go into business or do a pipe bomb, but you wasn't supposed to do all this other shit. You wasn't supposed to say government names. You wasn't supposed to, talk about a guy that has just left the company, because there's legal in there. You know what I mean?
Right.
So we're like, we got to let you go on top of everybody kind of being mad at you. So, like, half the locker room is legit upset at him. So
now what do they do with the belt?
It's vacant. They're having a tournament right now, and I think whoever wins next week gets the belt.
Who else got sent home?
The Bucks.
All right.
The Bucks got sent home, and technically Kenny got sent home, but he's also just healing the rest of his ass up because he's been hurt for the last 3 years.
Now you know what I want the Young Bucks and Kenny Omega to do?
What's up?
You ain't even ready for this.
Go to WWE?
NXT.
Go to NXT. Big up, because they would be the wrestling guys that come into NXT, and they would be able to put all that new talent.
And here we go, and then we go NXT legit third brand.
Yeah.
And
Bucks carry it. Ron Breaker, Bucks.
and fucking Kenny Omega, and then they're just doing fucking.
Oh, you want Kenny in NXT? Kenny's too big for NXT.
I definitely want the Young Bucks. No, that's the point. The point is NXT's going third brand. Triple H is gonna uneat his words. He's gonna say, "No, I'm going third brand." And you think I'm fucking around? You think I'm fucking around?
Crazy.
The bag would be crazy. And now NXT is trying to get a TV deal. And here's the thing: he's going legit. We're going legit. NXT is taking on. And here's the thing: if I'm him, savage. I'm trying to change the whole thing. Where I want NXT to start doing crazy stuff. Like I take them and I put them in there with the Usos. I do all types of crazy shit. And I've even been thinking I would go even dirtier. I would do some straight cross promotional stuff.
Like NXT versus AEW?
Yeah, just throw it all Forbidden Door type shit. Just throw the shit all the way out. If you're doing it like this, all the way out. Like, yeah, I'll let them come, push our shit, and then go back to AEW.
Okay, this is
like some real crazy, some like the Khans and Triple H. They sit back, they look, let's really talk. Let's break the banks. Let's break the banks.
I enjoy that, and they got to break the banks on that. And the way that they do that, the NXT would have to become a third brand. It would also give AEW breathing room from the Elite, because the Elite are synonymous with AEW. You know what I mean?
Yes.
It would help them find an identity outside of the Bucks, Kenny, Cody, and those guys.
Right. And then you got Cody on the main roster, and now all of a sudden nobody knows what the fuck is gonna happen ever.
Cody versus Kenny versus Seth versus Roman.
People don't even know. People are like, is Roman Reigns gonna show up and challenge fucking new Goldberg tomorrow? What's his name?
Wardlow.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, you got to go crazy. Like, I might even do Wardlow. See, I was thinking of a pay-per-view, and I literally would say I would let them put Wardlow over like Gunther or something. Like, just something big. Like, really, like, give it both ways. Like we running with Donnie. Like, yo, let's make money, dog. Like, like
a three-peat of Wardlow versus Gunther would be absolute fucking fire. Those guys would tear each other up. This would absolutely work, and let me tell you this.
Put on an NXT Europe show and shit. Be crazy.
Yeah, I'm on this side of the veil. You know, I'm on this side of the curtain out here as a fan. On the other side, everything is a mafia, and by mafia I mean everybody talks to each other. All the people that own the promotions and stuff. But Vince was such a goddamn divisive figure that a lot of people in camps didn't talk to each other or talk to WWE because of Vince. But now that Vince has stepped down, everything that you're talking about is on the
table. Everything's on the table. Business is different. Everything's different right now.
Crazy, bro. I can't even explain it. It's like Kim Jong-il passed. Like, shit is different. Man, I hate to use that comparison, but just authoritative, absolute power.
Yeah. And now nobody knows what's going to happen. And then I think them having to leave at the right time, because AEW is getting a bit too much. You know,
what do you mean?
Just too much talent. Like it wasn't anything bad. It was just like, this can't keep going. Something has to break this bubble. And it got to the point where, like, I hate to say it, but they wasn't even really pushing WWE stars that hard. Like when they brought Athena in, you knew they were just gonna feed her to whoever. Like it didn't feel big anymore because everybody wanted out of WWE. Everybody was leaving, talking trash about them.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it was kind of all friends wrestling. So it just got kind of hokey, and then it was just everybody's here, and I don't know, it got a little weird. But now it's like it's a little saucy.
Well, it's also because life doesn't go according to plan. Like, you know why AEW has 2 dark shows that they put on YouTube, right? It's because one of those shows by now was supposed to be on broadcast, but they haven't broken through a viewer threshold that's enough for another company to take a chance on them.
Oh, okay.
That's the thing. Like they're glowing hot, and the numbers are still decent.
You think that's
right
why
now.
they bought ROH?
Yeah, because they're always trying to. They're gonna try to figure out their own subscription service, because you got to keep money coming in so that we can continue to pay this over bloated roster. Because everyone has an over bloated roster, because wrestling really only has like 5 ponds. You know what I mean?
Right. 2 that matter. 2 that you can afford to stay in.
2 that you can afford to stay in. The other ones, you need to have another job on top of wrestling in order to make ends meet.
Right,
you know what I mean?
right, yeah.
So, and that's just what it is.
Now, speaking of this, I think you got an idea that could make some money.
Oh, you mean my gallery idea?
Bro, for real, because it's the perfect concoction of weird ideas. And you know what I thought could really put it over the top?
What's up?
Boosters.
What type of boosters?
COVID boosters.
Get a booster shot there?
No, everybody's got to be vaxxed and boosted, and it's a booster promotional thing. It's to tell everybody, go get your booster. You have to have had a booster in like the last, whatever the fucking window's supposed to be, whatever they fucking say. Yeah. And everybody's vaxxed and boosted, and it's to promote the booster. You know? Yeah. Okay, might even do the art with like a mask auction.
So all right,
and you're vaxxed and boosted, but the mask is for solidarity.
Oh, everybody would be masked. I would tell everybody to come in masked. I would tell everybody to come in wrestling mask.
That's what I'm saying. It's a mask. It's the whole thing.
Yeah.
Only people not masked is the performer. Like it's crazy. Like just some fucking. And then it's crazy because everybody's like, yeah, we got to do it. Then it's a. I'm coming out the house because I'm fighting COVID.
I want to catch people up on this. For those that don't know, I have an idea that I want to put on an art gallery show that also has wrestling as a central theme. Like in my mind, wrestling is a high art form. You need to have a high level of IQ to execute it and to understand what's going on and to appreciate it. It's like opera in that sense. And for motherfuckers that don't like that comparison, I ask you to go back to the 1600s to Shakespeare and ask him, who was he writing his plays for? He wasn't writing plays for the hoity-toity rich people. He was writing his plays for the working class motherfuckers in the pit of the world of the Globe Theater. You know what I mean? It was about workers. He was incredibly smart and talented with it, and the upper class ate that shit up until even to this day. And I feel like professional wrestling has the ability to be an art form that is celebrated the way that theater is. Regular stage theater is, because it's theater. It's just different. And to like exemplify that, I want to bring it into an art space and have it be seen as an art form. So I want to have an art gallery going on where there can be live music and stuff going on, but every hour, every half hour, there's like a 10-minute wrestling match. And we have a DJ, so music gets hit. We can have a backstage area or like a, because the curtain is so important to the craft itself, the idea and concept of a curtain. So we can have a curtain that goes off to like another room where they can prepare and do all their stuff. And then they come out and they have a match while everybody's there with their drinks and, looking at the artwork on the wall or participating, sitting down and watching the match while it's happening. But I want it to be like an installation art piece. Like you don't have to sit there and watch the match.
Yeah, it's like flowing. It's like flowing. You're moving around. It's a social. You're doing the whole thing, And it's almost like wrestlers do what wrestlers do. They trying to pull your face. They're trying to give you a thing. I really like it. I think too, and I think the selling piece too is you got to present Mr. Anderson with the painting of himself. To thank him at the end, and like you surprise him, and and
he would love that. He would, if he was a part of it, absolutely. I'm looking for a venue or promotion that would be willing to be a part of it. For it to be a good promotion, I mean a good event, I know that I got to do at least like 9 months of planning. Yeah, it's got to really come together. Yeah. So it's something that I've wanted to do for a while. And like the people that show up, like you said, they would be vaxxed, but you would also be masked. You would be encouraged to have a wrestling mask on, or there would be masks there that have never been used before that you can like put on during the event, because I want you to be a part of it. It's like Fluxus. If you know that art movement back in the day, the whole thing about that was we have a party, but we're all in on the creation of an art piece. So even if it's something simple as like, here's a tree stump at the entrance to this party, and you have to hammer a nail into this tree stump, that is just a signifier of the amount of people that were here, a part of this experience. We created an art piece communally and had a good time while doing it. That's the vibe I want, so that's the super artsy, that's the art school side of me.
So I had some thoughts about this character stuff that you were talking. Now I didn't go to D&D because I'm not a D&D guy.
You're perfect for it, but sure.
Yeah, apparently. But it was also did you see the clip yesterday where they was talking about, it was like a wrestling news of the week thing? I don't think you was here. I don't think you saw it, man. I gotta play this. When I play it, you're gonna know the conversation we gotta have. And I'm let me see if I can find this.
Carrie Ann Chrysler, what venue? I don't know. I would love it. I would love it to be as fancy as I can get it. Like if I could get a fucking
also Wayne, I got another painting request that's gonna make us lots of money.
I'm about that. But real quick, I would love a ballroom with like glass chandeliers and like high ceilings, vaulted ceilings. I would love for a wrestling ring to be put in there. Like Seth Rollins did this promo a couple years back, I think for WrestleMania, where he wanted to show that he was like a classy wrestler. So he literally did that. Like they had a black and white wrestling ring inside of a ballroom. It looked great. And I'm like, I've always wanted to do that.
I think, I don't know if you know this, but MSU, where I'm at now, has an art gallery that was actually used in one of the like Batman versus Superman or something. It was like the lair. Yeah, they turned the art museum into like, so it was like a whole crazy thing. But I think that as a backup option is get the university involved and do it like the university art gala space. Okay. Because getting the university involved is a lot of what. Yeah, you get U of M. It's a wrestling thing. There, this it's just a whole thing there, right? It's like it sells itself, right? In Minnesota, it sells itself. All right, but here's the painting. You got to give. It's got to be like Uncle Bobby with the Word Wrestling Entertainment Championship.
Uncle Bobby with the belt.
with like and like make it right, like give him like big gold or like the gold eagle, the big gold or the gold eagle, like the.
Yeah, he's not a dude that would wear it around his belt. He would hold it on his shoulder like The Rock. He's too big for the belt. At least that's what we would make him.
Yeah, I think it would like the belt would look kind of weird. Like the belt would look kind of small. You know?
Oh yeah, I would pull out all the stops. Like I would actually give him like an official belt, but the belt would be like 3 inches too small to make him look bigger. You know
yeah,
what I mean?
They did something like this with Brock, where he had to have a belt, and then at one point they made a belt that was too big for him, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And then it was like way too big for everybody. Yeah, it was not even.
It looks like a fucking shield with like straps on the side.
Yeah. But yeah, he all right, so let me see if I can find this thing, man.
Mm-hmm. Uncle Bobby with the belt on his shoulder, and then he has a microphone in his hand and he's shouting, "Pause the tape." Like, yeah, that's what I want.
Yeah, I think it'd be amazing. All right, here we go. So the first thing I'm gonna say is all right, so first thing I'm gonna say is how do I put this? All right, here. I got my train of thought again. All right, here we go. Hang on, let me get us on the camera right, because I'm fucking this up like an amateur, like I always do. All right, so number one, I would set this up a couple of things, and you gonna understand what I'm saying to you, bro.
Okay.
I'm not the macho midget, bro. I'm not a parody act, bro. I'm not a tribute band. Okay.
You're not Gilbert.
I'm not Gilbert. You know who I am, bro?
Who are you?
I'm Black Machismo.
There it is.
I took a gimmick that everybody, a quote unquote gimmick that everybody knew and loved growing up, and I took it to the next level.
Oh yeah.
I took the Heartbreak Kid and became the Heartbreak Man. You know? Shawn Michaels started a clique. I started a fucking cult. You understand what I'm saying to you?
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, the evolution of that particular gimmick.
Yeah, I did it in reverse. Right? He started out right. He started with the Rockers, and then he fucking, you know, we got the barbershop mirror, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then, like, that was the best Shawn, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then even though later we got DX, he converted to Jesus Shawn, and he got soft and old, right? I did the reverse. I started the choir boy, you know, and then I went the badass 80s heel porn star as a grown ass man, right? I grew into heel Shawn, not the other way around.
Right.
Yeah, so you know, it's important that people understand the difference. Also, I'm gonna tell people the legit thing about being wrestling fans, right? Mm-hmm. And that's with the shit that happened with CM Punk and all of that this week. That was what set the world on fire, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then also it's like, oh yeah, the Queen of England died. Oh yeah, I heard that. Because that's what it means to be a wrestling fan, right?
Yeah.
And I know people don't want to hear that, but I used to say growing up, like, the WWE champion is more important than the president of the United States. Like, we don't give a fuck who the president is. The leader of the free world is wearing the title on Monday, right? Come on.
That's true.
That's wrestling. That's wrestling. It's just like, so yeah, it's like CM Punk shit happened. Like CM Punk'd himself. Oh yeah, and by the way, the Queen of England died. Oh, okay. Right? You know what I mean? Like, that's how wrestling fans see the world. Like,
but that's also how most people under 40 see, like,
anything.
That Queen of England shit. We really don't care about monarchies and patriarchy. We don't give a fuck. No. They want us to care so bad because if we suck up to monarchy, we'll also respect all of the what's the word I'm looking for? All of the gentry as well. So, but nah, we don't give a shit. Go fuck yourselves.
All right, but yo, watch this shit. This shit was crazy. Like, I love this, and this is like, we should start making content like this, bro. Like,
but I have a lot more fucking money than Jim Crockett did. And I'm not going to get, I'm serious. I'm not going to sit back and take this fucking shit.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Is that a promo, Joe?
Yeah.
Is when we're in this ring.
I don't even see the video, but like I already watched that shit.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Let me.
Yeah, I watched the whole thing.
Oh,
Promo
you did?
Joe. There's
So
Botchamania, and then there's Promo Joe. He's like the American version of Botchamania.
Yes.
He's starting to get good. Yeah.
He's super good. But I'm not gonna play. But I gotta. There's a part I would watch with you though.
For sure.
Hang on. Let me see. Did I put it back there? Yeah. Okay.
A genuine young bucks.
Real quick. So you say you're the evolution of HBK, but you're doing it in reverse. So what you're telling me is like in about 8 years, you're gonna kick my ass through a window. That's what you're telling me.
Nah. It's different. It's different. It's different. Yeah. Nah.
Okay, it's different.
Nah.
We'll see.
You know why?
Why?
It's more like because you're more like the hunter. Like, you know, it's like I put no name through the barbershop window.
I ain't no fucking.
I'm already done with that. Yeah, I'm done with that. I already did that. Yeah, that was yeah. We already did that.
Omega, an elite performance from the genuine Young Bucks and Kenny Omega. We're not pretending to be somebody that we're not.
This is what we think of you. This is what we think of you.
We're not a parody. We're not selfish. And we're not in this for selfish means and for selfish gains.
The following announcement has been paid for by Bullet Club.
That's 5 seconds of a 20-minute match. That's a spot homage.
This is so.
To be somebody that we're not. We're not a tribute act.
Hey, I'm a defendant. They fought the Hardy Boys when they wore that shit, though. So it's not like they were
did.
just like.
They did.
Yeah.
They did.
He thinks what he does is revolutionary to the wrestling business when in reality, he's just a less famous Miz.
Grayson, how does it feel to be a low-budget version of The Miz? He copied my whole fucking flow! Word for word, bar for bar!
It's the show of magicians around the globe.
I love
Don't
this part.
want you to see. The masked magician is back. To expose the world's most highly guarded secret.
Hey, this shit, I was thinking this the whole fucking time. Even when you didn't know that was MJF during the pay-per-view. I was like, that's the masked magician from Fox back in the day. My ass was like 9 or 10 years old watching that. You know what? Let me be real with you. That's the beginning of my skepticism right there, man. The masked magician.
Truly, it was, though. It probably was, though. I ain't even gonna lie with you. And I still love that show. I still watch those because they're on YouTube now. And I really like magic shows a lot.
Yeah. It's not ruined to know the trick. I would prefer in general not to know the trick, but if there's a whole show just talking about like
right,
you know, some of the famous ones, yeah, I'm interested.
Yeah. And actually I love the way you know, Penn and Teller do theirs where they do, like, you know, they've gotten a lot of heat for that, but I love that. And I often think, like, we'll figure that out with pro wrestling. Like, that's because that's the era we live in. Like, we live in the era where the new thing to do is to, like, I feel like we got to find a way to, like, break the wall so you can educate the audience while keeping it kayfabe.
Exactly.
And there's like a new way to figure that out. You know what I'm saying?
And here's my favorite part about it. Penn and Teller, those motherfuckers are legit craftsmen. They want to elevate the craft that they're doing. So if they have to expose some hacks that have been living 20 years off the same fucking 2 or 3 moves, fuck yourself.
Yeah.
Elevate the game. Create a new way for people to be fooled. You know, that's what the whole fucking show is about.
Yeah.
If you can fool us, you definitely gonna fool everybody watching, and it's gonna be entertaining. Like,
yeah. So I love that about them. I mean, you could do that. You could do something like that with wrestling, like where we're judging people, and they just, you know what I'm saying, and they give it to us. You know what I mean? Right. It's like a reality show. You got to put on a match, and then we break it down. Like each side gets a promo. And then they get in the ring and do it, and then we break it down. All right, no, let me think.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it would be good too because I like it when WWE sometimes puts online like a really good match between two wrestlers. They'll actually have the two wrestlers sit down and give some commentary, and they're giving it like out of character as you know, individuals. And I really enjoyed that. But they're not telling you about how the sausage is made 110%. They're just discussing it as people.
Right. Yes.
I love that.
Yeah.
I love that shit, and I'm all about it. Hey, yo,
go ahead.
Real quick, I gotta rant about something, man, about this media scrum that happened with AEW. Something that really pissed me off, and it's something that one of the these so-called journalists, like CM Punk was saying, these so-called journalists,
right?
And it's real easy to, you know, talk about fake news and all that shit. But George Carlin, he said, imagine how stupid the average person is and realize half of the world is stupider than that. And that is the exact fucking same thing for news and journalism. You know what I mean? And CM Punk got 2 or 3 questions in a row from these asshole shitty journalists that were really pissing me off about the nature of the belt, right? Well, they were asking they weren't asking CM Punk, they were asking the fucking what's the team? Swerve and Keith Lee, right?
Okay, yeah.
They had an absolute fire match against.
They did. I like them. Them. Yeah.
And the crowd was surprisingly hot for the Acclaim, the other group, even though
the Acclaim
Swerve
is over like fucking crazy.
Their time is now. But Keith and Swerve are the champions, and they've been the champions, right? And in the scrum isn't necessarily supposed to be in character. They're supposed to be just talking to people, right?
Right.
But the thing is, these motherfucking journalists got too goddamn comfortable because they started to ask this question of, yo, the Acclaim were really over tonight. Why didn't y'all just call an audible and put the belts on them? And then immediately Tony Khan did the professional thing and shut that shit down and went in another way in a professional manner. But then another journalist was like, yeah, I'd like to piggyback off the next question, blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean?
Right.
Just trying to keep that shit going. And it's like, motherfucker, this isn't a toy. Like, lives are absolutely wrapped up in who has this belt, who's going to get the belt next, who's in line. Like, if I could, I'm gonna expose a very big part of the business right now.
Sure.
And I'm sorry, but I gotta do it.
Okay.
Okay. Most motherfuckers, in order to get the belt and in order to prove that you're invested in carrying the belt, have to pay to carry the belt. You have to put up a deposit to carry a professional wrestling belt as the champion, and you get that deposit back when you switch hands. Motherfuckers really don't know that.
Can I be honest with you?
What's up?
You want to see how dope this audience is?
What's up?
When I beat Cameron Bertuzzi, right? We did the match, we showed it, the whole thing.
Yeah.
The real thing I celebrated was when I pulled that belt up for the first time. I said, this is the fruits of y'all labor. I said, this is the first thing, because it was actually the first thing I used donations for, right? So I said the first fruits of y'all labor was the side plates.
Yeah.
I said I had to put in a deposit for the custom side plates. And I said the first thing y'all helped me do was buy these side plates. And put that, but that's what I was explaining, right? I had to put a deposit on the belt.
Right.
And since they knew this was a big deal, I said, go ahead and put my HBJ side plates on it. And I thanked everybody. I said, thank y'all for y'all donations, putting y'all money in the golden plate. That's the first fruits of y'all labor. So now when people see, they know that's them side plates.
That's
that's
exactly
the point. I knew right there. It was like, that was the first thing we ever did. Yeah.
Yeah. Every wrestling promotion does business a little bit differently or whatever.
Yeah, but it was the same idea, right? Yeah.
It's the same idea. It's to prove that you're invested in the brand itself because you're representing the brand by having this belt. And for a motherfucker just to think that it's a toy that you can just hand off to the next guy on a whim.
Yeah.
That made me so mad. And for them, and for dudes that are lifelong wrestling journalists to ask that question like 2 or 3 times in a row to professional wrestlers, is in very poor taste. So
incredibly poor taste. Poor taste.
Right. The media.
Carrie answered that was the first time she ever watched. Oh, that's amazing. Yeah. It was fun. When I did the belt thing.
Oh, there it is. Yeah. You were a part of that already. Just didn't
even know. Yeah. But yeah, that's why, because I wanted them to feel that sense of ownership over the belt. Yeah. We invested in the belt. Yeah.
It's the ownership.
We had to pay for that. We had to pay for that. Yeah, but that's just it, because they got to trust that you've put enough on the line that you will show up and deliver it to when it's time.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now,
and they're undermining that moment.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna get my ass kicked for exposing that part of the business.
No, it's cool. No, I appreciate it. No, I did. I told them. I said you got to do that. So this is where we go behind the curtain. I said they're in the locker room with us. So, but yeah, it's like, it's a very big thing, and that's grossly undermining it. Because that's not even really the story, right? If you're doing your job as the champion, they're supposed to want you to put it on the next guy already. They're supposed to, it's like you should be so lucky to get a title match that high.
I want them to love me if I'm champion, and then I want them to get sick of me. But I'm still here with the belt. Like, yes.
Yes, exactly. And then to undermine the moment for the next guy. Again, let me pull up the curtain now so you can explain it to me, so I can, for me.
Mm-hmm.
So I can say they made me. They threw out months of creative and investments and storytelling and all of that, so that so my 15 subscribers could say, "Oh, I knew that's why they." I knew they were next. I knew it.
Right.
And I didn't even care. Who cared? Nobody. I don't like. It's like a dumb point. The match was amazing. Nobody cared.
Yeah. When the match, and this is
I don't know. I'm kind of just getting into Keith Lee, and I think they're doing the right thing with that. I don't think it was a problem.
You should look up Keith Lee versus Walter, because that's a thing that happened multiple times.
I've seen some of the indie matches. Yeah, I don't think I've seen them two guys, but I've seen both of their work. But yeah, I should check that out. Yeah.
Let me tell you, you've heard of Pro Wrestling Guerrilla, the promotion. Pro Wrestling Guerrilla is co-owned by Excalibur, the dude at the table for AEW, the announcer, the guy with the mask on, the dude who.
Oh, that's who he is. Okay, I didn't know. I was wondering where he got his whole thing from. Okay, so he's
right. So he's like a wrestling don. He's a wrestling don, straight up. He is a king maker, because when you win Pro Wrestling Guerrilla, that means that you are. They put on a tournament, the Battle of Los Angeles, every single year, and if you win that tournament, you are the next big thing in professional wrestling. Maybe not WWE, but everywhere else.
Got you.
Like Daniel Garcia's won that shit. And now he's a big fucking deal. Wheeler Yuta came close to winning that. Like, those were the most two recently who were christened. I'm pretty sure that the Bucks have won like the tag team tournament that they put on multiple times. Like, yeah. But that's like, that's like the cool guys wrestling promotion. Like, oh, you're a hipster and you're in on it and what's going on. And so if you're in on it, you watch Pro Wrestling Guerrilla. But that's like, there's not a lot, like I said, there's not a lot of ponds, so it has to be that avenue. And the person in charge of that is one of the best modern wrestling minds, in my opinion, Excalibur. He's in the booth talking. He's like Mauro Ranallo if you mixed him with Joey Styles.
Yeah, and you know what else I like about him that I think Jim Cornette misses, that I think we would bring to the table?
What's up?
People want some wrestlers in the booth. Right?
Oh yeah,
like because if we took over Raw, right, we would roll straight up on Corey Graves and Michael Cole. Like, yeah, Cole, I'm gonna need that headset.
Sit that ass down.
You know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm saying? Like,
I'm saying some rude ass shit to come on the way out. Like, hey, I'll hurt your neck. I'll hurt your neck.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Welcome to Monday Night's Really Motherfucking Raw. You know what I'm talking about?
We're tased immediately. Right, bro. But yeah. we're in there. We're talking like some of my favorite matches are the ones where the New Day are in the booth, because those motherfuckers on the call are hilarious.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because I think that's something that we would bring is like, you know, bro, I'm up 4 o'clock in the morning calling esports fighting game tournaments. Don't fuck with me.
I'm about this.
Yeah, we about it's about to get real for the culture in here. It's about to get real. You know what I'm saying? And what would fans be doing? Eating that shit up.
Right.
This is the new team. This is the new right. They be bringing us in that middle hour or something, or the third right every week. They be because it'd be something different. Just, you know, like we get our own entrance music. We come out changing the shit up, right? Get out of here. Yeah,
JR is considered a big deal. Jim Ross in like he's considered like a legitimate Hall of Famer, especially by AEW. He gets his own theme song when he in his own music, and then he gets to come and sit down and commentate.
Also, you know what else is putting it over? I'm gonna do something that I've wanted. I'm gonna just reveal it to you right now. This is my dream moment. You know what I'm putting over too?
What's up?
I'm doing the job to Michael Cole at Mania.
So he can remain undefeated.
I'm telling you right now. I'm putting it over. It's gonna be a year-long thing. I'm gonna beat his ass at SummerSlam, but
right.
Yeah.
Let me tell you. Can I tell you something that I've always?
He gonna get me with my own. He gonna out me. He gonna get me with a low blow and the brass knucks or something. It's gonna be something
brass
crazy.
Knucks, low blow.
Yeah, yeah. Cole wins with the fucking headset and with the chin strap and the ear things and it's gonna be the announcers brawl to end all brawls.
He hires like someone to like put you through a table, and then he parks the golf
Lesnar.
cart.
Fucking Brock comes out and F5s me. Fuck.
There's no need for this. He's like, you're too big.
It's totally OD. It's totally OD, right? You know, it's just it's fucked.
Yo, that
up.
would be absolutely sweet. Yo,
It's the only time I'm ever taking an F5 in my life. One. I'm telling Brock, one time, bro. Brock, one time, Brock. You're gonna get to do this one time in your life, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And my introduction to Brock Lesnar is, I think it was him. He came out and he just beat the shit out of the Dudley Boys at a house show. He just F5'd both of them, one of them through a table. I think it was insane. And then like, I think at the house show, bro, he picked up the Big Show and gave him an F5. That's the first time I got to see Brock Lesnar in person as a young teenager.
Oh, really?
Yeah, bro. He picked up the fucking Big Show, who is billed at 500 pounds, but is only like 430, 440 pounds in real fucking life. Picked up this big ass man like he was a sack of potatoes.
Yeah, and thorough.
Didn't struggle. He sold it.
Right.
But
he didn't struggle. Yeah.
And just threw his ass and gave him an F5, 1, 2, 3. It was insane.
Yeah, he's something else. But yeah, so I think that's great about Excalibur. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. I was kind of explaining this to James, like where I feel like it's different now because all right, so at first when I started watching wrestling, to get to the WWE, you had to be a territory god, right? Or like, one of Vince's hand-chosen projects. And which meant you was that first and then weigh something else, right?
Exactly.
And then there was really the time where there was no farm system or way to come up at all. Other than through like, you was hoping to get an FCW or Ohio Valley Wrestling, right? You was doing a pseudo independence, only knowing FCW and OVW was really the only ways to get on because there was no other major company. You see what I'm saying?
Right, and no one watches OVW except for motherfuckers in Ohio, like on local access TV.
Yeah, Florida Championship Wrestling, nobody was watching that.
There's literally no means for people to watch it unless someone records it and might have put it up online.
But you would read about it online. Yeah, you would catch a little clip here and there, whatever. Now you could go back and see them shows everybody's watching. Like, oh, I remember. No, you don't. You wasn't watching Seth Rollins' FCW matches. Fuck out my face.
My intro to NXT was Bo Dallas and Neville.
Yeah, it was. Yes, there you go. I'm with you. Yep.
Yep. And they were great. Bo Dallas, I still would love to see him come back. He's great. Yeah, he's next level. I seen it. Did you see the interview he did with his dad? He did an interview for somebody. Yeah, it was him and his dad. It was like a shoot interview. It was him and his dad. It was amazing. It was like an indie
That
thing.
motherfucker crazy.
Bo Dallas ain't going nowhere, bro. He's like, I'm still wrestling. He said, right. I think he took a break to do movies or something. He said he had to do a couple things that he always dreamed of doing, but he was like, yeah, I'm gonna be wrestling. So, but yeah, here's the thing. Like, so what I was telling James is like, we're in this thing now where it's like these WWE atheists. Like, you know, they go to the big conventions, the atheist convention of Austin, right? And they're all doing their thing, which to me is mainly like they're circular off the big name apologist. Right?
What do you mean?
Like,
I know what you mean. I just want you to clarify for the
so
audience.
like our big time streamers, the Atheist Experience, Genetically Modified Skeptic, Rationality Rules, that sort of big level, you know, algorithm breaking atheist. They're just doing the like counter William Lane Craig, whoever deal, right? And then they have their own thing, like their own club. Like they go to their conventions, you know, they do their thing, right? And so they're not paying attention to us, right? They don't even really pay attention to, say, anybody like even Derek or anybody like that, really, right? And then at the same time, like he's part of a circle with a lot of them, Paula Gias and all of them, and Pine Creek and all of them, and like they ain't really paying attention to us. Except for like Derek, a couple of them, right? But for the most part, they ain't paying attention to us, right? And I'm like, that's good, right? Because we're like this new breed where people were showing up at NXT and all of a sudden it's like, yo, we was watching them on New Japan. Like, like we seen their early matches. And now all of a sudden it's like wrestlers are showing up to the developmental program with cachet already. Excuse you? Yeah, I've already sold out the Tokyo Dome, so nice to meet you. Like,
right.
Who you talking to? Oh, you want to put me on WrestleMania tomorrow? Sure.
I'll be
How
there.
long? Yeah, what? You want to do a 90 minute? Oh, you just want me to do 25 minutes? Oh, sure. I thought you wanted to do a real Iron Man match or something. I thought you wanted me to do. Thought you were going to ask me to do some work here.
One of the best Raws ever is Seth Rollins' Iron Man segment. He had an Iron Man match on Raw. It went like 66 minutes or some shit like that. Fucking fire the whole time, man. He proved it. He's the man.
So I don't know. Jay's Clown Girl is like my mother and my lady friend and everything, but now she got to be my manager and valet and shit because she just said Steve Austin with his bad knees thought his character should beat the monster. Like, what the fuck? Yeah.
Well, Brock Lesnar was like two LeBron Jameses put together.
Yeah,
in the sense of his athleticism and his freak of natureness over everyone else, and the older heads really couldn't respect that.
Do you know what Steve Austin needed to do?
What?
Count the lights and count his check.
But he didn't, and he went home and it cost him like $600,000. Jay's Clown Girl, Brock also, TKO'd Frank Mir. So
yeah, you know what I'm saying? High IQ comment though, but it's
for sure.
Yeah, and honestly, y'all, this is why I love Triple H. This is why Ric Flair, other than the time Crockett Promotion screwed him over, was a 16-time championship, right? The thing people don't like to hear about people like Austin, and Shawn and all of these people, and Hulk Hogan's especially, and a lot of these people, man, is CM Punk. They don't want to do business all the time, y'all. Sometimes they really do forget that they're professional wrestlers. And when it comes time to like count the lights and do the bit. Like, I hate to say this, y'all. A lot of y'all think professional wrestling, you just had a wrong idea of it. But I would say like this: we say it's worked, and the reason we say it's worked is because laying down and counting the lights is called doing the job, and that's what makes you motherfucking professional, doing your job.
The fight has to end, and it has to end in a way that makes people want to come back and see another fight.
Yeah, and
doing the job.
Yeah, and so when you talk about them certain people, it's like those are the people who that company knew. Take this, and when I need it back, I'm gonna get it back exactly how I need it back.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why you do it every time, right? And so anyway, like that's what I was telling James. Like I was like, that's who we want to be. We want to be people. By the time they found us, it's too late. Time they found us, we already got a following, we already got a crowd, and that's what's great about what the people we deal with, because we have our own world where it's like, okay, so they don't know Sal and they don't know Rebecca and they're not crazy about Otangelo if he just calls in once in a while, but it's like those are people that we have very real feuds with. People done seen us, fight these people all over the goddamn internet, for months. And so.
Did you ever read that thing I sent you about Sal? I can't remember who sent it to me.
I'm not sure. I've been getting so much shit about Sal.
No, it was that blog post from 2010 about Sal. Did you see that? If not, you should go.
No.
You should go to your Discord DMs because I got a picture and a link in there for you. I just want you to read it.
Okay.
It's real short. It's like 2 or 3 paragraphs.
All right. All right. Let me pull it up.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
And by the way, I can only hang around for like another 10 minutes.
You're good. Yeah. I'm gonna go to sleep. Salvador Sal Cordova. Here's another slimy, dishonest creationist. Where's this from? And liar for Jesus. Cordova style is well exemplified. He's neither the most influential nor the stupidest of the creationists, but he is probably the most vile and dishonest. He has absolutely no scruples concerning quote mining, twisted misrepresentations, and blatant bald-faced lying to make a rhetorical point, which might at first seem convincing to the ignorant. Another, example is this one. Cordova teaches at the George Mason University and is a firm Bill Dembski, acolyte and disciple. Writes on Dembski's blog, which I will not link. Oh, Dembski's one of my teaching mentors. They've have plenty of history. Apparently, he really thinks that he has come up with challenges to evolution that cannot manage, don't care to try to answer. Of course, Cordova does not even begin to have the background to do biology. But what's more, he doesn't even have the slightest idea about what constitutes scientific inquiry or how to distinguish good arguments from fallacies. Here's some further examples. And here, Cordova's associate, Tim McGrew, comes clean as a dishonest idiot as well. Cordova really doesn't have about anything even remotely related to science. Yeah, he's the worst. Yeah, thanks for sending this over, bro.
Yeah. Oh, Stupid Horror Energy put that in the chat yesterday. And that's a link, I guess, from some guy outside the U.S. who just looks at all of our crazies and he does like evaluations of them.
Oh, that's great. That's great.
While you were reading that, there's like tons of citations inside of it for the people that can't see it and stuff.
Oh yeah, there is. I think I pulled it up. Yeah, so they could see it. But yeah, there was. There's a lot of citations in there. But yeah, so he wants to smoke, right? He's called me out. I don't know if you heard this, but he's called me out. He made a whole video about me.
Really? He made a video. No, I saw the video where he made about Stupid Horror Energy like a month ago.
You ain't know? Oh, bro, you got it. This nigga cut a promo on me, bro.
Let me see. Let me hear. I need to hear this. This will be my last thing. Yeah.
All right.
Sal got the nerve to cut a fucking promo,
bro. He really, yeah. Right. Well, really, it's kind of me, but I'll say. Let me see. It's on one of my playlists. It's the playlist called
I still can't believe, if Sal ever watches this, he could clip this.
Another powerful thing that QB has.
Go ahead.
He is a straight motherfucking bitch for quoting Thomas Jefferson on religious matters. That is the dumbest shit that I have ever seen in my fucking life. When he was doing that the other day, Thomas Jefferson created a God-free Bible where he wrote God out of his version of the Bible. I may be an anti-theist, but I haven't taken the time to write my own version of the fucking Bible and then disseminate that amongst the colonies. You know what I mean? Like I didn't have to recreate a holy book so that I could feel justified with my slave fucking. Like, this motherfucker really, really took time out to be like, these are good reasons to believe in government. Now to believe in God and government. Take it from this guy who doesn't believe in God and government. Sal, you're a snake. Go fuck yourself.
He is, and also he's gotten way personal with people, right? All right, but can you see this?
Go ahead.
You can see this, right? But you got to read the title right here.
An evolutionary biologist who goes by the nickname Pocket Locker 86 is craving some attention from Sal.
So this is Sal, and he's snarky.
He's so maidenless. He just no bitches. I'm sorry. Play the tape.
Maybe he just needs a hug.
Sal. Shame.
Look at the tights,
on
though.
you, my friend, for misrepresenting science.
Okay, that's my wrong. I gotta bring that back over.
Egregiously. Folks, I have been planning tonight's impromptu expose on Sal for your viewing pleasure.
No, so this really happened. I really planned a show called Sal is a City Scientist, right?
Facts. Mm-hmm.
This nigga had the audacity to be live at the same time having a debate.
About what? It couldn't be about science.
Nonsense. Yeah. So it was already on. It was already like, and he counter-programmed me? This nigga counter-programmed my episode against a what?
But as
he had to counter-program.
Here goes.
Star viewing pleasure. But as I am the fastest rising star in the entire Counter-Apologetics community, I am grossly in sync, in lockstep, so to speak, with the will of the people in this entire industry. And so it just so happened that my broadcast tonight overlaps with Sal's live debate against T-Jump. How about them apples?
Team chair, right?
Well, folks, let's get a couple of
Here
things
it goes. Wait for this.
clear.
I got one for you. Wait.
I have not been invited to debate Sal tonight. On top of that, I am far more entertaining than T-Jump. Amen. Hallelujah.
Amen.
Victory.
And I will not stop until I have victory.
And fight.
And since Sal is too scared to challenge the United States champion to a one-on-one encounter himself, consider the champion challenging you right here, right now. I will not stand for being dodged. If you were going to talk shit about evolutionary biology on the internet, you need to bring that motherfucking nonsense to an evolutionary biologist. But no, you'd rather debate T-Jump's chair. And then you use that nonsense to counter-apologize, to counter-program the most important counter-apologetic show all week and week.
This motherfucker really trying to eat off of you right now.
Do you see what I'm saying?
off
He
my
didn't
plate.
even edit it. He didn't even edit it. He literally just went into fucking Microsoft PowerPoint.
Yes.
No real editing software. He went to Microsoft PowerPoint, made like 3 slides that weren't even artistic in any way, shape, or form or creative. And then just posted you cutting a promo. You can hit him with it. You can hit him with a whatchamacallit,
copyrighted. Hit this nigga with a copyright strike.
Yeah, because he didn't transform the concept. Not even. I'm waiting for him to get to the point where he actually starts to comment on it. Like there's so many people that have gotten in trouble for this. For like, I'm just gonna fucking stream Naruto and I'm just gonna watch it and not even really say anything in the background.
But you know what? Fair play to him, because this is him conceding that us being in the shot together just makes me instantly less watchable. You know? He didn't want to ruin this one good thing he was going to have on his channel.
That's exactly it. You are completely uninterrupted because you are the bright point on this fucking channel.
Exactly.
Speaking long, that of course being late night counter-apologetics. Sal, I
My bad, Wayne. I said I was
will
gonna hit it.
not stand for this. Consider yourself my next victim.
Facts.
And if you want to do something about it, I dare you to try. Because you are going to have to kill me before you can beat me for this United States Championship.
I don't
And in the
understand that
meantime,
line. You
I
don't get it.
will whoop your ass every single time all over the goddamn internet. I am calling you out. Let's see you do something about it. It's time to start the goddamn show. The champ is here, and I am on fire.
Come on, man. That is a 10 out of 10 promo. And he just wrote the end. Sal, you a bitch. You didn't even comment. Fuck yourself, bro.
All right, but wait. I got one more for you, bro.
What?
Are you ready for this, bro?
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate the love. I really do. But I wasn't done, right?
Someone needs a hug. That's all he wrote.
So here's what I did, though, bro.
Go
I
ahead.
cut another promo on him in his comment section.
Can you reenact it?
Yeah. Here it is. Can you read that? All right, I'm gonna read it to you.
All right, go for it.
All right. I said, Sal, I'm not hard to find, but the thing you and your fans seem to be missing is that this is personal. It's funny, but not very funny, how you didn't play any clips from my actual content about what a terrible scientist you are. It's interesting, but not very interesting, that you skipped the part where I shred your quote-unquote credentials. It's amusing, but not very amusing. That you seem to have quote-unquote overlooked the footage of me dunking on you for shilling nonsense to those with the misfortune of being even less informed than yourself. But I'm paying attention, Sal. Very close attention. See you soon. Double kiss face.
Oh my god. I'm trying to remember. Is that the Bischoff promo? What did you just say to me? Like, that sounds like Eric Bischoff. I can't remember right now. That's so good.
Oh man.
It's so good because all he wants is attention. He's just like Otangelo. All he wants is attention. He wants you ranting and raving, and you gave him exactly what he wanted. But he's too much of a goddamn coward to actually comment on anything of substance that you talked about. So he's gonna play like the best part where you're literally working him.
Yeah.
It's insane. Like, okay. Just folks, I'm not gonna spoil all the sausage, but like anytime that you say you bring it back to the belt, it's about the belt, bro.
Yeah.
And if he can't get that, if he don't understand that, he's a maniac.
Right.
It's like, but on top of that, he's too busy trying to like play it cool when you've deeply offended him to his core, and he knows he has nothing because you can get a paycheck, and he can't get no fucking paycheck outside of some. Where did he go to school? Where's that at?
I don't know. And they say he's teaching somewhere. George, I don't know. I don't want to say it because it sounded like a legit school. I don't want to. Everybody makes a little PR mistake from time to time.
That was 2010. Yeah.
You know, I love. Sorry, I know what you said a minute ago, but Jason Cloud just said it's awesome, but not very awesome.
Because man, bro. He doesn't have a family. He doesn't have a wife or anything. I'm just curious. Because like that is, I don't want to know about his personal life, but that just tells you so much about a person. Does he have a family?
I think he's I don't know. He's so weird. He's so weird.
All he does?
Yeah. All right. I got to get to the. All right, first off, this needs to go back to normal mode. There we go. All right, here we go. Oh, she wants us to explain this. Yes, we're gonna explain this. This was epic.
Yeah, play it up.
All right, here we go. Hang on, I gotta get you back here backstage. I gotta get you on there.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Post-fight at UFC 121, where Cain Velasquez just beat Brock Lesnar, and we're here with The Undertaker. Sir, what are your thoughts on what we just witnessed?
I'm a little bit shocked, you know. I thought Brock was going to come out strong like he did. I thought Cain's chances would be better if it went into the 4th or 5th round. I'm a little bit shocked. I thought Brock might have got to him early, but you know what? Cain's a hell of a fighter, and he did a hell of a job.
Do you think, considering the size difference, that he'd be able to manhandle him like that?
No, I didn't think so. I think Brock's strength and size would overmatch him. I thought it would have to go into a cardio battle, and I'm actually very surprised.
It's almost like you're at a loss for words here.
You want to do it?
There was Brock Lesnar right there. What did you just say to him?
It's kind of a personal thing. You know, I think maybe he needs to. I think he needs to train a little harder.
Are you guys cool?
Personal.
Who are you rooting for tonight?
You know what? I got background with Brock, but that just showed you something right there.
Are you a fan of the sport?
I'm a big-time fan.
You're one of the first guys to actually introduce MMA to pro wrestling. The gloves, the go-go plata.
Oh yeah, I'm a big fan. And I like to, the things that I can bring from MMA into what we do. Obviously, there's not many people prepared for it, and it's. I'm a big fan.
Perhaps 20 years ago, this sport was as popular as it is today. You think you would have done it?
Safe bet. Real safe bet. Okay. Yeah, it's just a little late in the game for me to start now, but 20 years ago, I'd be all over it.
Well, thank you so much.
Tell that to Tim Duncan.
Okay. So
go ahead. No, go ahead.
Okay. So what's happening right there? The Undertaker's triangle choke is fucking awesome. And I also would like to say that Undertaker did bring that MMA style because he is a fan.
He did.
But the originator of who brought that shit is Taz. Taz may be just
no
an announcer.
Taz was legit. Oh my goodness.
He literally brought the concept of choking someone out to professional wrestling. That wasn't a thing before Taz.
I wanted the legit Taz WWE title run more than anybody on the planet. And it worked. It worked. I think Vince couldn't help doing the ECW guy thing. But
it's short.
But when he first showed up and was running through everybody, we were like, yep, it's time. Yep.
It's time. Because he was being exactly who he was in ECW, just an absolute murderer.
Yeah, and he was a New York guy. Come on, it just made sense. Like, just do it.
I once wrote a post, a whole like long form post about Taz's introduction into WWE and how it was one of the best entrances like ever of
it
a
really
of a,
was. It really was. It was.
It's a masterclass if you watch everything from the way Kurt Angle cut a promo at that right before he came out, the way Kurt Angle sold everything. They went back and forth, the way it ended. You don't even know how long it was, but really the match was only like 3 minutes, but it was just amazing.
That and Jericho's, right? That was.
Oh yeah.
That shit,
Fire.
they pulled that shit off. So what do you think of that moment, though?
But in that moment, they were talking business. The business they were discussing, I believe at that time, Brock Lesnar had not beaten The Undertaker at WrestleMania. So they were talking about, hey, are you going to do this match at Mania? Because that's what it's going to be. And he didn't want to give that away. You know what I mean? Because like this is going to be like one of the biggest things ever. Like Brock Lesnar beating Undertaker at Mania is still one of the biggest moments in wrestling history. Everybody kind of remembers where they were.
But do you think Brock knew? I don't think he knew.
No, he knew. He knew that's what he wanted to talk about. That's Vince's right-hand man.
No. But do you think he knew he was going over? I don't think he knew he was going over because The Undertaker says he didn't know he was going over.
Nah, he knew. Vince's plan was always.
So you think Vince probably told Brock, because Vince is a need-to-know guy. So Brock knows he's going over. Taker doesn't till the night of. But Taker recognizes that that's a legit possibility.
Taker recognizes that it's a possibility because he's not stupid. He's one of the elder statesmen of wrestling.
Yeah.
But absolutely, like we weren't. It was probably technically for everybody else a game time decision, but I'm pretty sure Vince made that decision with Brock like days, if not weeks in advance.
I think they probably knew. I think Vince probably knew from the beginning. Yep. And by the way, looking back on it, I tell people this all the time. I think it was absolutely the right call, 100%, because it took. First of all, it had to be somebody we believed, and that was undoubtedly the guy. I thought The Undertaker was just past his time. And it needed to be sort of one last put him out to pasture before it's literally put him out to pasture. And the other thing is it also had to be somebody strong enough, right? Because you gotta help him up. You gotta, the one thing I tell people this, like I had a roommate in college who was he was a linebacker in high school. He was the captain of his football team, so he was incredibly strong. He didn't play at Penn State. That's a whole nother thing. I was friends with some of those guys too, but him, like, he was a bodybuilder, right? So he would throw me around our dorm room all the time. Like people would just get, and I always tell people it was amazing because he was strong enough that I felt safe. I knew if he threw me across the room, I was gonna make it to the other side and hit the bed, right? Every time. He could literally just whoop. And I'm going, ooh, wee, this is fun. I'm gonna jump on him again, whoop, whoop, and every time, it's just, and you love that security, right, of that strong person who, if I get a little wrong or I come at him a little awkward, he's got enough strength. If he has to grab me with one hand and bend down, and he can do it. It just ain't even gonna be nothing to him. Like you said, like a sack of potatoes. Jay, like when you come at me like that, get on over there, and it's
one of my
so you know what I mean. It had to be that too, right? And then it did launch Brock to another level. Brock was already the guy, and it did take it. It launched his, for better or worse,
too far. That's what I think.
Maybe that.
But
maybe
it launched him too far because of the way that Brock was booked after that. Like he's not only an unbeatable monster, he's literally like. He's not a wrestler, like he's just some sort of creature because all of the regular things that put other people down can't put him down.
Do you know who else did this? And I always explain this to people, but they never get it. I think you'll get it when I say it now. I know not that you know already, but Hulk Hogan did this.
Yeah.
And the reason I never fucked with Terry. And I never fuck with Terry. And when we look back, we all have 20/20 hindsight. And 30 years later, it's just not professional to be. It doesn't work for me, brother. But at the same time, what he was doing that I always got was he was saying, I'm sorry, I don't know if you heard, but Andre the Giant decided to lay down for me.
Exactly.
So sorry, you're not the next big thing. Yeah, it's not going to work for me, brother.
Exactly.
And as much as I hated that, I got it. I got it.
And
Because
then
you only
on
give
top of
1/8 one to the world. And he was like, no. You understand? So when Andre, right? Because you know the story, right? Where Hulk. So guys, if you don't know Wrestling 33 story, Hulk Hogan going into this, he's nervous. He doesn't know what's gonna happen with Andre. What's the match gonna be like?
Because
Is it gonna
Andre
be
the
rough?
Giant is an actual giant.
It's an actual
who will eat
giant.
you.
Yeah, right. And the whole time Andre's playing him like a cool customer. So Hulk Hogan nervous as fuck because Hulk Hogan plays tough now, but he ain't play tough when he was dealing with Andre the Giant. He literally writes out a whole match on a fucking legal pad, like move from hey, this is what I thought we'd do, and he writes out the whole match. He goes to Andre the Giant with it at some point and goes, hey, I thought we'd talk about the thing, and I came up with this thing or whatever. And Andre takes it, get out of here, you know, and he takes him off. And then the whole time, Andre plays him cold. Like, he doesn't tell him what's going in. He doesn't talk to him about it the head time, whatever. And Hulk's nervous, and Vince is telling him, don't worry, you know, Andre's going to do business. Andre's fine. Andre, you know, don't worry about it. You know, it'll be okay. You know, whoever's nervous, Andre won't talk to him. And so he gets out there, and he says, Andre starts calling the match. And he starts saying, do this.
Well, you're
do
not gonna
this.
do it.
Do this. And he says, about 3 or 4 calls in, I realized, holy shit, it's the match I wrote, move for move.
Yeah.
So Andre was really doing them the favor, right? He said, I read, not only did I take your notepad, kid, I read your little match. I'm on the board with it. Here we go. This is what you said is next, right? And he feeds it to him, right? And they do the whole thing, right? So when the next guy, and then the next guy, and then the next guy, and then the next guy, and they're all coming, you know, Hulk, would you please go out there and lay down for me? Hulk's like, sorry, it doesn't work for me, brother.
Nah, I'm going over. You're not Andre. Exactly. That's probably what he told HBK at SummerSlam. You're not Andre. Savage, man.
It is savage, but it's true, right? Like,
it's facts, because legitimately, especially since he put over Andre the Giant, it made him the biggest thing ever. So half of the people in the arena, at least half of them, were there because of him. So he can say that. You know what I mean?
Right.
He's the franchise.
Yeah.
You know, Hulk Hogan.
Yeah. And so that's what I think you mean too about sometimes it pushes a guy too far because it's too big. It's such a rub that there's no other rub that compares to that. And then what do you do with the guy after that, right?
Exactly. It just really made me mad because the culmination of this was Brock versus Roman, and this was at the Mania where he ended up giving Roman like 5 F5s to put him down. And I'm just like,
thanks, Cameron. Appreciate you.
Yep.
Have a good night, brother.
I really gotta go to bed too.
Yeah.
This is probably gonna be my last comment.
All right.
Yeah, he just he had to put down Roman Reigns in order to make them look equal in power. He had to do his finisher to Roman Reigns 5 times, a finisher that he only has to do maximum 2 to anyone else.
Right.
And I know that doesn't seem like a lot, but when it comes to wrestling, the finisher is supposed to be the finisher. And once that suspension of disbelief is broken, it fucks up like the chemistry of everything else that happens. Yes. That's why people need to lay down and do the job and whatnot. And he did, but it took so damn much because Brock was so far above him, like storyline and power wise.
Yes. And I'll let you go with that, but I'll throw in two things that I think you'll appreciate on your way out. So one is I always say that's the importance of having, like, I consider a protected finisher and an unprotected finisher. So for me, like, Sweet Sin Music is the unprotected finisher. It finishes matches, but not always, right? Yep. Like, and so, you know, it's like, when I got to get out of here, boom, Sweet Sin Music, it's over. I got out of it, right? Now, the second or third one's definitely going to end it, right? But what I'm really going to do is I'm hit you with 2 Sweet Sin Musics, and then I'm going to hit you with the itis. Okay. And now the itis is the Regalplex with the pennant combination. And it's just like the weed line. Nobody gets up from the itis.
Oh, yeah.
And that means nobody gets up from, nobody ever gets up from the itis. Do you see what I'm saying? Like,
I see exactly what you're saying.
Yeah.
And yeah, I have I'm gonna leave you with this video and you can watch it. You've probably already watched it. It's Al Snow teaching at a wrestling school, talking about finishers and what they really mean.
Perfect. Where'd you leave it?
It's in the private chat in Restream.
Instagram right here.
No, not that one. The next one.
That's a picture. That's a picture.
Oh, sorry, beautiful. I didn't send it. I wanted you to show that because like it shows like the power of Walter in the pictures that I decided to post.
Yeah, he's amazing. And these Gunther. Sorry, I keep messing up his name.
I still call him Walter. Yeah,
dude, I love the colors. This is the ring master on canvas with canvas colors.
Right.
Like and it's so oh, dude. Ooh, do you see that? That is unbelievable. Oh my goodness. And look, those are tears of joy.
I'm trying to pull it up. My bad. Yeah, that. Jesus Christ.
Those are tears of joy. That is something right there. Yeah, dude, you've got the gift with the brushes, man.
Oh no! I didn't paint those. No. Those are pictures. Those are just pictures. I'm trying to illustrate the picture of what Walter does. I did not paint those.
No, you painted the painting though.
Oh yeah, I painted the painting. Definitely the first one.
No, I'm talking about the painting, bro. We talking about the painting, bro.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Nah, the painting. Nah, I mean the paintings are crazy, right? Like I'm saying, that's what I'm saying. This thing is gonna work because the paintings, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna work because the paintings, man. The paintings is gonna be to pull the whole thing together, man. The paintings is really crazy. All right, so you got the. All right, are you heading out, or are you gonna watch this?
I'm heading out.
All right, man. I appreciate you. I'm gonna play it, and yeah, man. Come through tomorrow, hopefully, or when next time you get a chance, man. Thanks so much for hanging out, man.
All right,
and yeah, we gotta. I like to chill over the weekend, but we got a lot of work to do. Like I said, there's been a lot of ideas and stuff. So actually, we should get busy.
Yeah, I'm just letting you know with my lifestyle, the best time is to reach me. I'm gonna be on during late night, so like after midnight.
Yeah. Oh, like this? Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah, we need somebody to hold it down late night, and that's the perfect time to get into wrestling stuff anyway.
All right.
Yeah, and also we gotta make a card because I think they are gonna try to book me with Sal and do something, and so I'm saying like let's try to make a whole night out of it. We got to start promoting. You know what I'm saying? That way when we get there, they're like, nah, we here, bro. Sorry, we ain't even about y'all. Yeah, we already took over. Sorry.
I want blood. I need meat. I want blood. I'm hungry. I don't want to be nice during the debate. Feed me somebody.
Yeah, like, that's it.
Feed me a Tangelo. I'm gonna eat them.
Yeah, so that's what we're trying to get set up. All right, man. Thanks so much, man. I'll see you later.
All right, peace. Adios, y'all. Bye, chat.
Later, Wayne. Of course, I want to thank Wayne for holding down Harlem Heat, man. That set the tone, man. We got to get them tag belts, man. Real grown man style up in here. All right, let's watch this. I'm excited about this. All right, y'all in wrestling school. Y'all already know, and then we go into the casino.
Do you guys even know what a false finish is? Huh? A false finish? Hold on. How many of you have finishing moves? Put your hands up.
Let's get it.
Not a one of you. Not a one of you have a finishing move.
Bro, the itis, bro. I'm telling you.
The fuck are you fooling? Marks?
Bro, don't talk to me like that,
Spare
Al, bro.
me. You do not have a goddamn finishing move. Who have you fucking beat with it? How many have you beat with it? How often have you beat them with it? The only time you have a finishing move is if you beat 100 people with it consecutively. The only way you have a finishing move is if you have taught the audience that I do power slams, and every time I hit the power slam, I win. You know what my finish is? What's my finish?
Nobody knows.
Hit people with the fucking head. Is it the snowplow? No, why? People kick out of that all the goddamn time.
There you go.
I don't have a finish. I hit people with a foreign object. That's my finish.
There it is, the brass
So if
knuckles.
I were to do a false finish, what would I have to do to make it a false finish? Because for it to be a false finish, they have to believe it's the finish. That's what makes it false. See how that works? So what would I have to do to make a false finish? I'd have to hit him with my, and then he'd have to kick out. Then it would be a false finish. Otherwise, it's not false, guys. Just because they make noise doesn't make it false. Heels on the comeback can cover baby faces, but baby faces can't cover the heel on a comeback unless it's in particular situations.
Pay attention.
Heels on the comeback can cover baby faces, but baby faces can't cover the heel on a comeback unless it's in particular situations. Baby faces can't cover.
All right, now hang on, break it down.
Heels on the comeback can cover baby faces.
Right, that means when I come back, right, you know, I'm dominating you. I'm giving you the heat. I'm stomping all over you. I'm getting dirty. I'm just getting dirty. First of all, you was looking cool. Boom, I hit you with a low blow. Now you're on the ground. Now I'm gonna teach you something else. There's a couple things you gotta understand about my style. Number one, I hate hitting the mat. People think I'm small or I'm flying around or I'm a coward. No. I'm here to remind you of an awful, inconvenient truth. Wrestling hurts. We put our bodies on the line for this. So I do everything in my power to never hit the mat. And when I do, it hurts. What that also means is when I get somebody on the mat, I'm trying to end them. I'm trying to end your career every single time I take you off your feet. So if you're too big and you're strong and you think you're going to just beat up on me, nope, I'm going to hit you with a low blow, and now that you're off your feet, I'm trying to end the match right now. Right now. That's why I'm stomping on your head. I'm hitting you with the elbow drops. I'm hitting you with my signature moves right now. I'm going for a choke if you expose something to me. I'm going to get on top of you and start punching your face. I'm trying to end the match right now. And if you somehow manage to get back up and you start beating on me and you're just wailing me and I'm flying all over the place and you're kicking my butt, okay? And I turn things around, I'm hitting you with the sweets and music right then. And then I'm pinning you. Why? I'm the bad guy. I'm trying to get the fuck out of here right now. I don't like this match thing. I don't like this wrestling shit. I do this for money. I'm not here to get tossed around by you so you can look cool in front of all your fans. So if you get your little cool, oh, look at my moves, cool, boom, sweets and music, and we're out of here. 1, 2, and holy shit, you survived. And I'm about to throw the fucking temper tantrum of a lifetime to make sure everybody knows that that was not supposed to fucking happen. But again, you want to be the fucking hero, so if you try to pin me at the end of your comeback and then I kick out of that, well, then your finisher sucks.
The baby faces can't cover the heel on a comeback unless...
Oh, and by the way, that's why I'm big time, and yeah, if you're not big time enough, guess what? I'm kicking out of your fucking finisher, fuckface. Because I'm the top heel.
It's in particular situations. Typical matches can't do that because it buries...
Especially when you go for your finisher too early, you dumb shit.
Why do we have finishes? Why do we have finishing moves? There's only one reason we have a finishing move in the first place, that we establish one. Why? I can't... What'd you say?
To show the match is done?
No. Bell usually signals that. What's that? No. Yeah, kind of, I guess you could say it is. Yeah. Why do we have finishes?
I will steal your finisher. Jade Clown, that's great too. That's what I need. I need a vixen by my side who will beat the other baby face by stealing her finisher. Yeah. And that's what Wayne's about, right? Is like you take these theists who think they're baby faces and you just embarrass them. Just embarrass them. No mercy, no nothing. Just in that's sort of like a vixen who will just steal your finisher and beat you with it. That's just lovely.
No, not at all. We only have finishes for one reason, so that it now gives you a gimmick to work in the match to tell a story. That's it. You always work the gimmick of your match to tell your story, to do your business. Bottom line. Gimmick, let's say you have a DDT, you're a babyface. Historically, just so you understand, babyfaces have always had bump finishes, drop kick, DDT, you name it. Heels have always had submission finishes. Crippler crossface, figure four, full Nelson. Do you understand? Why? Heel puts the finish on. Audience now believes the babyface is in the utmost jeopardy and could lose.
And
He's to get heat. Babyface has bump finish because he can do it to anyone at any time, out of any place, anywhere, and then go right back to selling. Could hit a drop kick, go right down. So, 100 guys. You've beaten 100 guys with DDT. Every time you hit a DDT, that's it. You, figure four. You, every time you put the figure four on, guy taps out. Doesn't matter who it is, doesn't matter how big they are, doesn't matter how fast they are, beat them. Okay?
Ric Flair.
You guys wrestle each other. Now, you guys have a finishing move. I love that. I love it.
You guys see in my matches, I work a lot of rest holds, right? This is another thing heels do, right? I don't use a finisher. I actually do. I use the $1 Million Dream. You guys know my moveset, man. You guys know my moveset. I'm so proud. But yeah, I work that $1 Million Dream, right? That's what Ted DiBiase did, right? And think about it. That's the exact strategy there, right? I'm not a big guy. I'm a heel. I've got to slow the match down. I've got to make it grindy. And also I work the head, right? I work the head. I want to kick your head off your shoulders. The itis hits the head. All my moves are focused on the head or the legs. And so I go to the $1 Million Dream. I do make people tap out with it. I often also make people tap out with the figure four or a sharpshooter. It's the same thing. I just let you guys know that everybody knows I don't actually try to that you got the sweet sin music, and that's just because of the thing, and then the itis, and you guys know why. But yeah, I love this talk. This is brilliant. This is really brilliant.
Move. Where's the only time you ever see the finishing move? Be honest. Not until they get to the end of the match. If you were a boxer and you had a knockout punch, that bell rang, what would be the first thing you'd be trying to set that guy up for?
Right.
So if you had a finishing move, why are you not, the minute the bell rings, doing everything you can to wrestle this guy into a position to hit him with your finishing move?
There you go.
I don't understand. Oh, because we got to do shine. We got to do the heat spot. Forgot. Bell rings. You're going to immediately do what? Whatever it takes to get a hold of his head. Why?
Oh, he's doing DDT, yeah.
You get control over his head, you might be able to get him in a front face lock, DDT him. So whatever you do, however you go in, how you take him down, at some point you're always going to transition up to his head.
Yep, exactly.
Whatever body part you take. What's the first thing you're going to go after? Of course.
And if you guys see me sit down with my WWE characters, and especially my own, and work through their movesets, I do not have any moves in the moveset that do not target the area of the body that my finisher targets. And that's why. That's the same way. You watch a great Ric Flair match, he is at your legs the entire match because he's trying to get you in that figure four, set you up for the figure four, wear you down so he can slip the figure four on you, try the figure four on you early, try it on you in the middle, try it on you late.
Now, if I'd
wrap your leg around the poles.
That would have never happened. you're going to, of course, go after his legs. So you're going to waist lock him, do whatever you want, take his headlock, take an arm, but you're always going to try and transition down to his legs. Now, what are we starting to tell? Just based off of nothing more than you wanting to try to DDT him and him trying to put figure four on you, which is really the gimmick of the match, which I'll get into in a second, that you're trying to win, he's trying to beat you. How easy is that? That's called wrestling psychology. You keep trying to get him. At some point, you finally hook his leg, but surprisingly, you don't have that one nerve that runs in everyone else's leg that when somebody touches it, the rest of their body loses control and they can't function their hands or their head or
there you go.
leg.
I do not want to hit the mat.
They just lay there dead the
I
minute
do
somebody grabs
not
their leg.
want to hit the mat.
You actually are able to still use your other leg in your hands. And the minute he
This is
grabs your
great.
leg, you kick him off.
Out.
You hit the ropes. You cross body him. He kicks right off. You hit the ropes again. He ducks down for a backdrop. You kick him up. You hook him, and he drops on his ass like he just avoided a bullet out of a gun. Think the crowd's going to understand what you're doing? Oh, my God. He starts circling you cautiously. He tries to shoot in on your leg. You got him hooked for the front face lock. He drives you into the turnbuckle. He grabs your leg and leg drags you out of the turnbuckle. You sell your leg. You're trying to get up. He kicks it out from underneath you. He grabs your leg in, goes to
It's
spin.
another thing we do as a heel, right? You're 300 pounds. What do? What the fuck am I going to do? I'm not going to do anything. I'm going to run out of the ring. Why? Because I'm fast. You're going to chase me. I'm going to run around the ring. I'm going to slide back in. You're going to chase me back in. You're going to come back in. I'm going to wait till you get back up, and I'm going to do what? I'm going to clip you. I'm going to dive right at your legs. Now, you said mostly I'm after your head. I'm a headhunter. But I keep leg moves, and that's the only reason. I'm a little guy. I got to take you off your feet. Again, I got to get you down. I get you down that once. I'm trying to take you out. I love this. Al Snow, man.
Do it and you kick him off.
And also, this is what a lot of us really know about Al Snow, is that he's actually considered one of the greatest wrestling teachers ever. So this was super cool. This was a super dope drop on us by Wayne, your other head wrestling instructor.
He goes right out and through the ropes. You hop up and kind of shake your leg. He's outside having a fit. You go over to the ropes to try to get him to come in. He grabs your leg, snatches you out, slams your leg against the ring apron, throws you back in. You cover him. Why do you cover him? Because it takes 3 seconds to beat him, and it takes a lot longer to make him give up.
There you go.
1, 2, you kick out, and you immediately go after what?
That's why when I hit my comeback, boom, out of nowhere. Right, I got to do the little guy. So you mix it with the little guy, right? When you're the smaller guy, you've got to do a little bit of what he said, that baby, you've got to hit something that you can go right to bumping. So I'm getting my ass handed to me, boom, I hit you with the kick and I fall out. But I fall right onto you. 1, 2, and I'm trying to get out of here.
His leg. You go after his leg, but again, you don't have that nerve in yours where it cuts off the blood supply and the
You gotta
feeling
hear
to
your
every other part
match.
of your fucking body, so you're able to still
He's not talking to them, he's
fight
talking
get
to
away
you.
from him. He continues to work on your leg, but you get away from him again. You start to fire up on him. You hook him. You go to DDT him, and he grabs the center rope, and you take a bump and hit the back of your head. And he grabs your leg and yanks you out, and he puts the figure 4 on. Is anybody able to follow this yet? You sell.
You don't.
You crawl. You milk it as much as you can, and just as you grab the rope, the crowd.
And guys, this is what's beautiful about wrestling. When I started as a child doing fantasy wrestling, we had to write our promos, write our matches, write our characters. And then, if you were on staff, as I was often asked to do as a writer, and then a couple times the President's Septo had to run the whole cards. You had to write the whole show. So you had to write all the entrances, you had to write all the commentary, you had to write all the moves, and so you learned how to break down the psychology of matches, and then use that. And that had to be your best stuff, because your audience for those cards was the locker room. And so it was all the people who had worked super hard to make those role plays, to tell those stories. And so that card had to pay off for those stories, for the winners and the losers. So that was, I learned a lot having the right matches. And what this tells you is a great match is like a great story. You can just describe it, and you can see it in your head based on the story that's being told, even in text. And the drama's there, and it's real, and you can feel it, just like as though you were watching it transpire in the ring in front of you.
Crowd does what? They come up. Why? Because you were in trouble of losing. The ref makes you break the hold. You're not going to break that hold immediately. He pulls your legs apart. You're arguing with the referee. You're selling up.
What does the heel do every single time? When that baby face makes it to the rope, what does the heel do? Does he break the hold? No, he doesn't break the hold. He holds on to it. He cranks it even further. He cranks it even harder. Why? He's about to have to let go of it. And what's the ref doing? Let go of him, let go of him, let go of him. And I'm laughing. Why? Because if the referee's yelling at me, what's he not doing, yo? He's not counting, right? I've got to the count of 5 once he gets that rope to let go of this hold. So if I see him reach the rope, I'm going to lock it in even further. I'm going to squeeze even harder. Let go of him, let go of him. I'm laughing. Why? Because he's not counting. Let go of him, let go of him, let go of him. Still laughing. 1, let go of him. 2, let go of him. 3, let go of him, let go of him. 4, let go of him, let go.
Oh, as he comes in to dive into your leg again, you hook him again, you DDT him out of nowhere, and you cover him 1, 2, 3. Think the crowd will pop? Yeah, they will. That's the only reason you had that finish. Want to go a step further? The referee has to help you up, drag you out of the ring. Did we bury your hold? Still selling it all the way back.
I went to the WWE New York bar as well. I went there a few times. Yeah. I loved it. I went there for a pay-per-view once, actually. It was awesome crowd.
Did you get over? Did you get heat? Did we do a cutoff
I'm in Michigan. Where's everybody at?
Did you have a hope spot? Oh, you did multiple ones. Did you shine? You won. How fucking shinier can you get? TV next week, you're on crutches. Doctor says I got to stay off of it for a couple of days. You know, he had to be in it for so long. Did a little bit of damage. Didn't do anything. I don't need surgery, but I can't wrestle for a couple of days. Come out. I want a rematch. You lie. You didn't beat me. You cheated. You had the referee on your side. There's another referee in that ring right now. Let's go wrestle right now. You just heard me. You know that I can't wrestle. Of course you can't wrestle. How convenient. You're a pussy. You know that because you don't have your friend in the ring, that if you face me man on man, there's no way you could possibly beat me. Hey, let me get this leg healed up. I'll take you on. Yeah, right. Go to turn. You ignore him. You jump him, beat the shit out of him, put the figure 4 back on. What do we got now? Oh my God, we have an angle. And we have an angle based on what?
Personal
Nothing more
issue.
than you worked your fucking finish and you worked yours. And we told a story. How fucking easy is that? Does that happen anymore? No, why not? Because we don't fucking work our goddamn finishes until we decide that we're going to do it, and suddenly we're going to get people to make noise.
Amazing. Just amazing. And that's why you love to work heel, right? The heel is doing the business, right? The heel's not there. He's not trying to pump for the crowd, right? He's trying to get you and go. He's trying to catch you one time. Slip, boom. Like you said, 3 seconds is the fastest way out of here. Matter of fact, if the referee turns around because my girlfriend jumped on the apron and boom, I hit you with the brass knuckles and the ref turns around, I fall on top of you 1, 2, 3 and cash my check, we out of here. Right? And that's what's putting the pressure on. That's why it's the heat. I don't want you to get me on the ground. I'm going to make you chase me. You love to punch me in the face. You love to punch me in the face, wouldn't you? Don't you want to punch me, Sal? Hey, Sal, I'm coming. Sal, you don't want to punch me in the face? Do I look obnoxious? I look punchable to you? Do you want to punch me in the face? Do you want, Would you like to? Yeah, you're gonna get your hands on me first. Yeah, you're gonna have to get your hands on me first. And then you have to make sure I don't get to you first. Then it's interesting. Will I even wait till we get to the ring, Sal? Do I even let you show up to the ring safely, Sal? Am I behind you when you come out during your entrance, Sal? Will I attack you while you're in makeup, crooning the ladies as you get ready for our match? Oh man, that was good. All right, y'all. Let's wrap this up. It's 3:00 in the morning. It's way too late. Y'all done ruined the casino already. Look, let's go to the casino, y'all. Let's have some fun. We'll get the overnight stream started. I appreciate y'all. It's been a fun day. It's been a fun Sunday. We got a lot of crazy shit to get into this week, man. We got a lot of we got to work on the virtual compound and really get our community office space together and start doing these work-along streams this week. We also got a lot of videos to make and fucking promotional opportunities to set up. So it's going to be crazy. All right, y'all. Appreciate y'all. Thank y'all. This has been super fun. Y'all already know the deal. Let's go to the casino.
Yeah. Well. Too many cars gotta stay out the way. Especially the streets, man, they in a rage. I remember my nigga, he caught a case. On a run on the low and he did the race. Caught a body, it ain't really shocked me. Rubbing on demon time since the bottom. Older bro in my yeah, man, we sharing mamas. I wish I could've saved them from all the drama. Rare roof, we was really there getting money. This then with the place where the rain or sunny. Know my niggas won't catch me, I ever stumble. Know my team gonna pick up, I ever fumble. Niggas ain't winning, they really punt. You seen that location, we coming very loud. Guard of your niggas, we stayed 100. If you been on my block, then we kept it coming. The plane cause I carry a lot of weight. FaceTime with my baby, make sure we straight. Breakfast with able to start my day. Chop it with Henny and talk with A. Then we crack it's my dog and we get a bag. Champion style taking down a crash. And somehow I still go and I get the cash. But it ain't never been about the bag. I've been dipping in fashion, I'm about to spaz. Latest release like the sneakers app. So that don't worth more if you sell it fast. Made more off the merch than I did off rap. Made more than merch than you did off rap. Yeah. Made more off the merch off rap. And I ain't even had to mention my DJ Sass. Yeah. I'm gone. I'm gone. I said 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 I'm gone.